Denise, how do you get it up on top? I had
So
it.
I actually have them kind of side by side.
Yeah.
So if you minimize the Zoom meeting, so if you minimize the Zoom, and then when you click on your inbox and get your email up, if you minimize that as well, it's not perfect because it's wide. I mean, you could make it short, you can make it more
I
tight.
had it like that, and then it went away.
Excuse me?
Oh,
We are going live right now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to our April 22nd, 2020 virtual meeting. I'm going to gavel in at 5:30 for an executive session, and we are gaveling out now. Correct? Okay.
Yes. And now you leave the meeting.
Yeah. Sarah, no. No. Okay. Hang on here. The meeting. Where's the icon? I don't see the icon. Oh, there it is. Okay. Leave the meeting. Okay.
Okay.
It
President,
is,
okay.
it is 4/22/2020. I'd like to welcome our public to our special board meeting. It is now 6:32. I would like to invite Director Vanda Gosselin to say the pledge.
We're still, we're not quite there yet.
Okay. We're on a curve here, learning folks. Bear with us.
We still can't hear you, Director Venkatasalam.
Someone else?
President Hamada?
do it?
Yeah.
Do we need an alternate lead?
Yes, that's what I'm going to say. Shall we proceed to Vice President Daniels? Would you like to lead us in the floor? Is anybody out there?
I just unmute. I'm sorry. Yes, I will lead you in the pledge. In the what? The pledge? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please.
Sure. We do that for our
That's what I have on here.
special meeting.
Yep.
That's for the board meeting, isn't it?
I've got Karen put this down, so.
It's a,
Okay, I'm doing
we'll
it.
move forward with it. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the
The
flag
flag
of the United States of America
And
to
to the republic
Republic,
for which
For
it
which
stands,
stands
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
Indivisible,
with liberty and
liberty and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
justice for all.
I felt like it was a call and response.
It did.
did.
It does seem weird.
Again, I'd like to welcome all the audience and thank you, Vice President Daniels, for doing that. Director Vanda Gosselin, are you voice activated now?
She's no longer on the call. It looks like she's maybe trying to come in again.
Okay, all right, we'll proceed. Dr. Watts, we're on to agenda review point 1.04. Are there any changes to the agenda?
President Hamada, there are no changes to the agenda this evening.
Okay, we're going to proceed with the discussion with agenda item 2.0. And I guess I'll lead on this is it just appears to me and why I decided to call a special meeting on this that it seems in different cases and some things that are going on that we need to probably expedite our look at our policy 4312, and then proceeding from that would be, staff to get together once the policy is developed and get to the 4312P, the procedure to do that, and all the things regarding that. And it just seems like we've had a lot of challenges with COVID-19, no talking about that. We all know that's presented a whole new ball of wax of issues, but I'd like to see us in some way expedite working on this particular policy and also perhaps on all our policies. By Dr. Watts brought up a really good idea about having a subcommittee and getting to work on this. And I'd like to take a major discussion on, and really moving on to 2.02, a formulation of a subcommittee for policies. I'd like to have a discussion.
So President Hamada, so with the committee policy 40, just to understand, so with whether or not we agree as a board on a committee, 4312 policy is going to be looked at right away. That's your intent?
That's my suggestion.
Okay,
I mean, I don't set the rules. We work as a board.
that's right. Well, I brought it up. Superintendent Watts put the suggestion out there at, I think, our March 25th meeting.
That's correct.
And it's a great idea. We're all busy in our own ways, but we're also home more. So a two-person committee might expedite. We do have the 1000 series and the 4000 series already available to us, you know, from WASDA right now, which is helpful.
Thank you, Director Bettinger. I appreciate your sharing that. I know that we've discussed briefly. I will also add that I've had a few follow-up conversations with Curtis, and the discussion that led to my suggestion actually stemmed from a discussion that I did have with Curtis Leonard regarding his experience in Auburn. And that's not unique. It is for us and something I think we would benefit from. But subcommittees are certainly a strategy that is well placed and certainly common in most school districts. Curtis, if you'd like to share any insights and your experiences, appreciate that.
Yes, I can. Thanks, Dr. Watts. When I was general counsel for Auburn School District and board counsel for Auburn School District, I was the point person for that subcommittee. The great thing about a subcommittee, it allows you to conduct review without being in an open public meeting. And so it allows you to be compliant with the OPMA because you're not in a quorum, you're less than a quorum. And also it builds and facilitates good communication between the board and staff. And it also, when the board then sees the policies, when you come for first reading, I know a lot of times when you see it for first reading as a board member, you don't have enough context and maybe you don't know exactly what the recommendation is and you might be seeing it for the first time. With a subcommittee, you have two of your board members that have vetted, have reviewed, and are making suggestions and bringing them to the board. So it's a really good process to really not only efficiently review your board policies, but allow there to be a good communication and buy-in. There are resources available to you. Board Director Bettinger mentioned WASDA. I've been through board reviews of policies before. We at least traditionally have aligned with WASDA, and they have services where basically they have policies, model policies. The one caveat I will say is we need to know when to pick and choose when we're following WASDA. Their model is to put everything in policy, which works for some districts. I will tell you, when I was general counsel for Auburn, I historically would try to put a lot of the meat into procedure and leave policy to be a little more nimble. And I think that most likely aligns with what we've done in Kent. And so it wouldn't necessarily be unusual for you to have a board policy that maybe isn't reviewed ever. We would review it, but it wouldn't necessarily be changed yearly. I think the procedure, which is like the wax, the actual everyday application of the policy, that does need to be reviewed more often because that's the nuts and bolts of how it impacts the district. So you'll want to think about, that in terms of a review of your policies. And just because something has a date that says it hasn't been changed for a few years doesn't necessarily mean that it's outdated. The laws only change so much, and you could potentially have a policy that's up to date, even though it has a date on there that's from a few years ago. My one caveat is this, that whatever you put in board policy, you need to follow it. And I think there's a tendency to adopt WASDA that has all of these built-in deadlines and procedures that aren't necessarily found in law, but they're based on their recommendations. And a lot of times boards adopt those policies and procedures without really understanding what those policies and procedures mean. And most importantly, if you have it in your policy or procedure, you need to follow it. And so being very deliberate when we put a deadline in there, when we put a process in there, actually being true and following it is the most important piece of advice I could give you. And so that model has worked well in my career. I would, Dr. Watson and I discussed a subcommittee. I think it would be a good suggestion going forward. And then also relying upon WASDA's model policies, but then also vetting those through staff just to make sure there's an understanding of how much of those policies we're actually going to use and just not adopting them wholesale.
So can
Thank
I
you,
ask,
Curtis. Appreciate that.
yes, thank you, Curtis. Can I ask, are we, Director Bellinger, and were you thinking about 2 people doing all policies, or 2 board directors doing one set and 2 board directors doing another set? I'm just a little bit confused about the process itself, because the last time we discussed this, we also talked about the problem being that 3 of us have given input to 1000 series, but if we're not getting together to discuss that, not compiled as a group, then how do we separately go about, coming to the board with this? So have you thought about the process, what that looks like?
I would defer to Mr. Leonard if he's worked with teams. It's 5 of us on this board. I think we decide together whether we want to just 2 people take one set of policies and 2 people take another set of policies, and
Okay.
giving input. Or Mr. Leonard, is one of the 2 committee members, could other board directors give input, look at the policies and give input, or is that would probably violate OPMA? Yes.
We'd have to be careful, because if you're doing it virtually, it doesn't matter if you're not in the same room. You still could potentially be getting input from everyone, and that should be done in an open session.
Right.
So the preference would be to have just 2 board members serve on that committee, and then when input is necessary, do that at an open public meeting.
Like a first reading or something.
Correct. That would be the time for there to be more substantial input, but at least it's coming from a recommendation of the subcommittee. That doesn't necessarily mean it's final.
Right.
There could be significant discussion after a subcommittee recommendation, but at the very least, there's at least an endorsement, or at least some work that's already been done and some buy-in by the board. My experience has been that the subcommittee would be 2 board members that would work on any policies that would come forward. Now, you certainly have the authority to change that subcommittee and the makeup, that depending on the policy. That to me is a little more problematic. I worry just in terms of a shifting committee, what that might look like and things falling through the crack. I think it's cleaner to have a standing subcommittee, would be my preference, but authority wise, you certainly could modify that if you desired.
So what I meant is 2 directors doing a series, and then the other 2 doing another series, something like that. Or does it always have to be just 2 directors doing all policies?
It doesn't have, it can be any way that you want, Maya. You could certainly, that was a good distinction. If they were looking at 2 board members at the entire series, maybe I misunderstood. I was thinking a one-off.
Oh,
So that would probably be too confusing. I don't have a problem with the subcommittee tackling it series by series is not problematic from my perspective. I don't know, Tim, if you have any perspective on it, but for me, I would be fine with that.
I mean, I think that it's just we want to make sure that different perspectives are represented in those committees, right? If 2 board members know that they're generally aligned on things, it might be good to get a diverse set of opinions in there, just to make sure that that those discussions are productive as possible, right? And getting out all of those potential issues that may come up, and anticipate those issues that may come up in open session. But I agree that I think just having it be clean, so nothing falls through the cracks, is really my recommendation. There's really no other than making sure that we're doing the work correctly, there's not any legal implications to worry about other than the OPMA implications, and making sure that we're very clean about not violating that, and not, essentially expressing another board member's opinions kind of virtually in that space. So that would be my only caution from a legal perspective.
Do you find that having a subcommittee, Mr. Leonard, actually expedited getting more policy work done?
I did. I really did. Because obviously you could be looking at policies and the subcommittee could meet without the constraints of announcing meetings or notice requirements or special meetings. And so when the subcommittee is working and they could come and review policies in a very nimble way, and many times the subcommittee would look at a policy and say, you know what, we're not going to actually bring this to the board because we don't view that it's necessary. We empowered our subcommittee to do that as well. If there were pieces of WASDA's recommendation that didn't fit Kent, we would be prepared to potentially at least have a line of review and have board buy-in on it. So I found it to be a very efficient policy process, because you're not having to bring every policy for review, and there's a little bit of a winnowing process. And then when you are ready to bring to first reading, you could have a whole lot of policies ready to go that have been vetted. And generally, when you have 2 out of 5 board members that have already vetted it, there's an amount of trust and understanding from the board that they've had some eyes on it, and it tends to make those conversations go relatively well.
And that's exactly why I wanted to bring this up, but I mean, when you say 2 people can make a decision not to even bring it up or do the WASDA suggestions, I don't know about that,
Well, I'll tell you, WASDA makes literally hundreds, almost thousands of recommendations a year, some of which are changing wording from shall to may.
Yeah, I've seen all that. But I mean, how do you, I mean, in that process, could you also say if those 2 people said that another director, if they disagreed with that, could say, oh, no, I think this needs to be in there? I mean, how do you get it?
I'll say, WASDA has a coding on all their policies. They have an essential, optional coding on all their policies. And so they weigh in whether or not the change or the policy itself is an essential policy that needs to be reviewed by law. And part of when the subcommittee is recommending or looking at a policy, if it just is something that's not required, it's an optional change, I put that in a different category than one that is legally required. And those that are legally required, one, I would imagine staff are recommending it needs to go to the board, and I would imagine the subcommittee would recommend as well. But understand there's a little bit of gatekeeping, that even now, as staff look at policies, there are changes that literally hundreds of changes that WASDA is putting out there, and we might not adopt all of them, because we have to be flexible enough to do what's right for our school district and not just, adopt whatever policy recommendations they make. And that's what we're paid to do.
So how do we go forth with this? Do we have to decide in an open meeting if we want to do this? Do we have to vote on this, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to others, but from my perspective, you would need, the discussion item today is around the creation of a subcommittee. And so board action would be required to create a subcommittee and to actually name members if that's the direction you're wanting to go. That would take board action to do so.
Can we do that tonight? I mean, can we add that to the agenda tonight, or?
Let me look at your agenda.
Well, I guess I'm a little concerned, because I think we should maybe have a discussion amongst ourselves on who might be available and interested to do it. And we're missing a board member right now. So
Right.
I think that maybe we should wait and have a discussion. We've discussed it, but I think before we make those decisions, I think we need to have a deeper discussion around what it might look like and who might be willing to be involved. I don't know that that's something that should happen and be approved tonight.
Thank you for your opinion, Vice President Daniels. So are you saying we need to have another special session or?
Well, I appreciate, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I would like to just offer this as an option. I know that we have technically 4 regular meetings on the calendar for the academic year, if we're talking about May and June. One wondering is, especially as we're in this COVID-19 environment, using our last Wednesday meeting as a regular meeting for May and June, and perhaps using that second meeting for, I know it's been a while, but getting back to our cadence of a work session / board superintendent governance team, or in this case, a work session that would allow the board to, in open public, discuss some of the topics that we're describing today that are important and or urgent. Is that something that that you would want to consider, using the second meeting for in May and in June for discussions like this?
Personally, I think we're very far behind in our policy work and our policy update. And I just think we should have some sort of decision made by the first meeting in May at least. And that's my personal opinion, and anyone's allowed to share a different opinion, but we're very far behind. And I just think time is of the essence, and some of us have time and some of us don't. And I certainly don't want anyone left out if they want to participate. And whoever would want to be on the committee, I tend to like Director Vengadaslam's idea of, 2 people doing one series, and then maybe you dissolve that committee and you start a new committee to have 2 more people do the next series, just so there is that initial view and different viewpoints. I think it's important. I want to hear what all my board colleagues have to say, and I want to hear what's important to them.
So was that a yes to the question, or I guess
I personally, in looking forward, this situation we're in right now is unique, and prior to this situation, we didn't have time necessarily to meet for our board governance, and our last board governance meeting got canceled. So my concern is that waiting for a time when we would all 5 of us be together, I don't know if that's sustainable in the long term. And to me, the formation of a committee like this isn't just during this time where we're all stuck at home trying to work from home, but would be something that would be sustainable for the near future until we get up to date on all our policies.
So
we agree on, I'm sorry, go ahead, Denise.
No, you go ahead.
So can we agree on doing 2 by 2, but do we necessarily need to select who the 2 by 2 is right now?
Yeah, I agree with Vice President Daniels. We should, we don't want to assign Leah to it or something because she's not here. So I do agree that to decide on the committee members, first we have to decide together if we all want a 2-person committee and what it looks like. But I certainly agree with Vice President Daniels that we would need to select committee members when all 5 of us were present would be the most respectful.
If we could. And I guess my thought would be, so could we then use the next work session to select those committee members? And then I think what I don't think we would need to wait for the meetings for the policy review committee to work. I think what I'm understanding to happen is, so we make the selection, we do the work, and then that work is brought back to a special session, and during that time, and we discuss what the recommendations are at that time, and then we would move forward at the next meeting approving or you know what I mean? That's kind of what I see it as. So I don't know that we're waiting necessarily. So are you concerned about just waiting till the next meeting to establish the committee?
No, I'm concerned that I'm concerned that we decide to not have a committee and just do all the policy work through board governance and trying to make sure we can all get together for retreats to, hack
I
at
don't
these
think-
policies. So
I don't think that was a proposal.
Okay.
Was it, Dr. Watts?
It's not, I don't remember saying that. I was saying that those are the 4 scheduled meetings that we have on the
Right.
calendar for regular meetings, and providing a recommendation to use those meetings in a different way. And since we're talking about policy governance, I see that as an opportunity, much like you mentioned, Director Bettinger, that we're all scheduled to be in the same space. And that would be just an opportune time to have this discussion and hopefully reach some consensus, because we do have some policy work to do and to support staff in supporting our board and our procedural work.
Well, we're now almost 5 minutes away from our general board meeting. And Karen actually, or Miss Holly has put on my schedule that we can make a motion for perhaps our second meeting in May to formulate, we could formulate a committee of 2 for subcommittee, but we can discuss who'll be on that and more particulars in the May meeting. So a board member can make a motion accordingly in this meeting to do that.
I make a motion that we form our committee at the next meeting in May, which is the 13th.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, is there discussion? Wake
I
up.
was gonna say, was I on mute? Okay.
Discussion. All right, I'm going to call for a vote on that. Then all those in favor of formulating a subcommittee, well, will you accept a friendly addition to that? Michelle, Director Bettinger, that we need to say subcommittee, don't we?
Okay. Oh, I
Will you
make a
accept
motion. Do we need to
accept
vote on that?
A friendly amendment you can just accept.
Okay, I amend my motion to be that we form a subcommittee to look at the policies, a 2-person subcommittee to look at the policies.
At the next?
At the next March board meeting. At the next
May.
board meeting in May. I don't even know what month it is anymore. I've been home so long.
At the second week of May. Okay.
Second week of May. May 11th.
All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor, not in favor, raise your right hand and say nay. Looks like the motion carries. So we did actually accomplish that. We have one more item on the agenda. I don't know if we've got very much time on this, but it's 2.03. And the reason I wanted to just quickly discuss this is I don't think we ever, as a new board, and I'm sad to see that Director Bowen is not here, ever accepted as a new board formulation of 5, but 3 new, to accept the evaluation suggestions that were in play in 2019 by the former board. And I think we actually have to do that and maybe have a little bit more discussion on the whole evaluation process, but we don't have enough time here. We're down to 1 minute, so.
Well, I just have a question about that because I'm not aware that that's something that the new board, so the previous board adopted the goals and the evaluation, and that is through the year. So I guess I'm curious as to why that would be something that would need to change, or if we could have a discussion and make a change to those goals and evaluation by the new board. I don't think that is that appropriate, Curtis?
Yeah, I can weigh in. It's certainly not legally required.
And it might actually be a little bit detrimental to change something that that a previous board established. Now there will be opportunity to do it again.
I guess I don't know the answer to if the goals were going to change. I guess I don't know if that's the case, but certainly I would have concerns if the goals were to change.
Right.
So we're now at 7 o'clock. I don't know what to do with this.
Adjourn.
I think we're gonna have to table this for another discussion time, unless anybody else has any other major suggestions how to deal with this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it is now 7 p.m. and we're adjourning the special session to go into the general session. Thank you very much.
Do I leave this meeting?
Nope.
Yeah.
Just gavel in.
We don't have another meeting, right? This is the same one. Yes, okay.
This
I
is
saw
the
people
board
leaving.
meeting. This
Yes,
is the
I saw-
board meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw people leaving though, so I was,
Leslie just has to gavel in and start it.
right.
She's on mute.
Sorry, I'm here. There we go. Nope, there we don't go.
Can everybody hear? Everyone?
Yes.
Oh, that's tricky little thing there. How does that do that? Man. Okay, I'm gonna go to this. Take out that out. Okay. Come on. There we are. Okay. Oh, good evening. I'd like to call the 4/22/2020 regular board meeting in order. We're in order. And I would like to invite again Director Van de Gosselen to this time say the pledge.
All right. All right. Please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Director Van de Gosselen. I'd like to welcome the audience to the meeting this evening. We're certainly in an unprecedented time. I'm learning so much of virtual meetings that my head is about ready to explode, but I am here, so I am figuring it out. So please bear with me during this entire meeting. And this is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. And I'd like to read to you the process for audience participation. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and on BoardDocs. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and answers will be posted on the district's website. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at the portion of that agenda. General comments will be read during the audience communication section of the agenda. I would like to now move to 1.06, the agenda review. Dr. Watts, is there any changes to the agenda?
President Amana, thank you. There are no changes to the agenda this evening.
Board, do you have any changes that you'd like to add to the agenda this evening?
I would, if I may, like to add an item to 5.0 to discuss with my colleagues the board's roles and responsibilities in regards to the COVID-19 response. particularly as it relates to fulfilling the state directive to feed children.
And that will come under 5.05, did you say?
If my colleagues vote to add it.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
And forgive me for speaking out of turn if I miss, but do we have a supplemental personnel report to add to the agenda, correct?
My apologies.
Yeah, I thought that was true. Okay.
And I do apologize. Yes, we do. My mistake.
Will that be 5.06 then?
I'd have to look.
We have a 5.06 already.
Okay.
So it would be, I would have to be 5.07, I guess. Yes.
It is our,
5.07, okay.
yes, please forgive, and I will restate, yes, we do have a supplemental agenda that has been added to the agenda.
Do we need a motion on those two items to be added to the agenda?
Yes, and if you could go ahead and do separate motions.
Please.
One to amend the personnel report, and then one to add 5.07 discussion on COVID as suggested by Director Bettinger. If you could take those motions separately, please.
Okay, so that's the opposite order that they were on the agenda, right? Director Bettinger, did you not say you were adding 5.05, that COVID part to it?
Yeah, it would I think it would be 5.07.
Okay, and then to 5.0, which one is the supplementary report then? Help me, please.
6.14.
Pardon me? Two people spoke at once.
Curtis, go ahead, please.
I have it as 6.14 on the consent agenda.
6.14, okay. I open to a motion first on the item of addition by Director Bettinger.
I move that we add agenda item 5.07 to discuss with my colleagues the board's roles and responsibilities in regard to the COVID-19 response, particularly as it relates to fulfilling the state directive to feed children.
Is there? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we move to 5.07 agenda, a discussion primarily on COVID-19. All those in favor of that discussion and that motion signify by raising your right hand.
Did you allow for discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry, I went too fast. You're right. Is there any discussion? Forgive me. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of that addition of COVID-19 to 5.07 that Director Bettinger put forth, signify by raising your right hand. Aye. Those opposed, signify by raising your right hand. The motion carries. All right, on to the consent agendas. I need a motion on that, please.
I make a motion that we add the supplemental personnel report to the consent agenda at spot 6.14.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to add to the consent agenda 6.04, correct? 1.4, excuse. I've got to write this down. 1.4 be added to that agenda. All those in favor, or is there a discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Aye.
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 All those not in favor of adding that to the agenda, raise your right hand and say nay. The motion carries. Okay. So now we are on to 2.01, the superintendent's report. Dr. Watts.
All right. Thank you, President Amana and members of the board, staff, community members, Ms. Halley. First of all, I'd like to report on quite a few. There are quite a few messages that I've received, people that I've had the opportunity to serve alongside with regard to all things what I would call COVID-19 and our KSD response. As President Hamada has mentioned, it is more than evident that we are in uncharted territory and we are responding as swiftly as we can and making significant changes. I would first like to begin, and I will end by saying a tremendous thank you and kudos to our staff, several of whom are here today, and the staff will report to those who are here virtually. We have planned, we have created what I would call the best we know strategies to address the priorities that were established by our state governor Inslee and our state superintendent Reykdal, regarding specifically the priority to continue meal service, priority to provide childcare, and the priority obviously to support a continuous learning environment. So I want to begin with our meals and meal service. I know this has received a great deal of attention, and I do want to provide some information and facts that will provide context. Let me begin by saying, in no way are we perfect in our results. In fact, the message from our governor was not to feed every person in our community, but it was to make sure that those who needed food were able to gain access to that, and we had a system to put in place. We've been monitoring and revising that system, but just to give some background, federal rules, they don't require that students qualify for free or reduced price lunch to receive a meal, even though that was our one of our first attempts to create a system about who should we prioritize when we feed our students. So we started there based on need. Now, the percentage of our students who qualify for receiving free reduced price meals has fluctuated over the last several years. We're approximately around 50 to 52%. But that does not indicate need in many instances. I've shared this with our community, our principals, with board members recently, that some of our families who have been resourced historically and maybe had not experienced a need, now under COVID are experiencing needs in ways that they had not previously. And so it has been a challenge for us to gain that sense of who needs meals. We can only base that on who's showing up as well. Our current meal distribution model is once per week, and that is on Mondays, which began April 13th. Our meal boxes, about 16 by 16 by 10 boxes, contain 10 meals. And remember, we're expected to serve breakfast and lunch. And so each box contains 5 breakfast meals, 5 lunch meals. We notified our entire Kent School District community that this new distribution model is to provide support and to help us maintain our social distancing guidelines and to really support the safety and well-being of our entire Kent School District community. That includes our staff who are working tirelessly to make sure that the boxes are filled with nutritious meals and that they're transported. That includes our drivers, our volunteers, our staff members who are showing up to support the meal distribution process. So what did we accomplish? We did pass out all of our meals that were prepared on our distribution day. That was Monday, April 20th, a total of 51,110 meals. This was 12,368 meals more than the previous week, which is also an average of 10,222 meals per day. Keep in mind, that is about the same number that we serve to our students during a traditional brick and mortar school experience. I would just simply say prior to COVID-19. On Monday, April 13th, all of our 3,874 boxes, or the equivalent of 38,742 meals total, were distributed. This was an increase of 12,644 meals more than the previous week, and an average of 7,748 meals per day. On Monday, April 20th, we served a total of 51,000 meals. Now, this is all good news, and we continue to supply breakfast and lunch to our students in the Kent School District community each week, as we know, during this global health crisis. and families are receiving those. Now, we also know that they have to leave their homes just one time per week as opposed to multiple times. That was one of the reasons why we made this change. And since the statewide school closure began on March 17th, in total, we have served 168,082 meals. That's 84,041 lunches and 84,041 breakfasts. Based on our continued need, and we've heard loudly and clearly that the need continues. As a matter of fact, as we continue to feed, we have a process in place when meals do run out, and I've been on the front lines and have seen when our last meals go into cars or to families or to walkers who are picking up those meals. We have safety services officers, and thank you to our safety services team and Chief Vela for your leadership and guidance and support. But I've talked with Dr. Harmon most recently and realized that when we do that, the reality is under her leadership, we make sure that there's a connection with all of our other sites. And so people drive up and they don't have meals that can actually be routed to the most or the nearest school site that may have meals available. But sometimes, obviously, as we've known, we end up running out. And based on our continued need, here's what we're planning to do. We're planning now for April 27th, this upcoming Monday. We're now planning and preparing to increase our meal service by 16,000. And so here's what that means. From 51,000 meals, we plan to serve 67,000 meals on April 27th. Now, what we've heard early and often is that we're not addressing the needs, and I certainly want to speak to that. While this may not be the best time to share all of my thoughts, but at the same time, I do want to provide this one context. Like in other communities in our region, in our state, in our nation, the need for support, especially meal service support, is great, and it continues. And our KSD staff, they are certainly rising to the challenge. Next week, we will get a chance to do this again. We will prepare more meals for our children in the KSD community. We are committed to continuing to provide those meals students need that they would normally have received during the school day. Our goal is to maintain that 10,000 minimum meal service and support. On our website, we've also linked to local food banks as we are continuing to extend our reach to make sure that our support is provided and that our partners can join in on this group effort to maintain the meal service and the health of our community, particularly our students and our families. I would offer this as from a meal service standpoint before I move to another priority of our teams. For our board, in our community, for those advocacy conversations, for our future bonds and levies, but particularly our bonds in this case. How might we be even more substantive in our approach and strategic in our approach to make sure that the needs that I keep and continue to hear that we are not addressing, that we might be able to do so in a better way. One way is to make sure that all of our schools are equipped with not just a warming kitchen, but a fully operational kitchen. We have 42 school facilities. We have one central kitchen. Now, I cannot tell you why or what was behind the decisions that did not outfit our schools with a fully operational kitchen. But once we do have that, here's what we could be able to do and would likely have the opportunity to. We might be able to, A, provide enough meals for our respective communities to have a greater understanding of who's within those respective communities to serve them from a cultural standpoint, from a dietary standpoint, to adjust meal service and needs relative to those who are living in that community. Most importantly, to provide hot breakfast and lunch in a more, I'll say this, in a more responsive manner. And that is, well, that's not a short-term solution by any means. It is a long-term vision, and part of my role is to create and envision what could be for us in the future. And while we may not have that opportunity now, I guarantee that if we had those kitchens and not just relying on one central kitchen, we could solve a few of the problems that currently exist today. So we'll continue to work on those short-term solutions. And I look forward to partnering with each of you in that thought partnership and leadership to help us solve some of the long-term solutions that are in front of us. For laptop distribution, we know that continuous learning is a part of our work. While we have supported our online links and our thank you again for your support to our board in approving the expenditure for our mailing and our paper packets, which should have arrived or are on target to arriving to our families. I had an opportunity to speak with or communicate with several family members recently, but a total of 5,404 laptops have been distributed at 10 elementary school sites as of Tuesday afternoon. I did have the opportunity to join colleagues, and thank you to Melissa and to one of our Edleys and to our principals, building administrators who have been out and about guiding traffic, walkers, and supporting our youngest learners to make sure they have their digital device. Right now, with distribution rates of about 70% per school, meaning that approximately 70% of all students who can gain access to a laptop have laptops or will have laptops in their possession by week's end. We will continue this process with hopes to be complete by all of our elementary schools this week. We do have a plan for distributing to families who do not have transportation and those makeup dates for families who were not able to make it. That is the laptop distribution update for our COVID experience. And last, certainly not least, Director Bettinger, you brought this up earlier, and I think we all were pleased, and yet we still have work to do. When we received word last evening that April 21st, finally, we did receive some guidance along with 294 other school districts in our state, the guidance that supports our next steps from the Office of Public Instruction to adopt rules, those rules that require all school districts to continue using grades to assess student learning. Those grades that support learning should support our students. They should also provide them options, and those options to receive what we would refer to as the best possible grade outcome for this year. We've heard the term do no harm, and that is the premise for our work, that no student should be harmed or their grade essentially be less than when we began this experience before we entered into COVID-19 or our school closure. We will work in partnership right now, and we continue to do that with our labor partners. We're doing so to provide clear expectations to our students, our staff, our families on what this means for our learners and how all of our Team KSD members, as amazing as they are, they're continuing to amaze every day, continuing to support learning through this unprecedented time, but certainly in a way that we were not prepared for. Now we expect to communicate with students and families in the coming days. I know I will be speaking personally with several of our seniors and through our respective high schools as we're scheduling those within the coming days ahead. And I appreciate not only your continued patience as a board, but as a family and as a parent. Also, I understand what patience means, and I also understand wanting something to happen sooner than it does. But with this continued patience, we'll be able to go at an understandable pace, which we have, to make sure that the new requirements, the rules that are just becoming or just evolving will be understood, and we'll be able to execute them in a way that will support our students. For our seniors, which we know is urgent, right? We understand that our seniors and their most urgent needs are upon us as they prepare for their post-secondary experience of choice. But hear me when I say it's not just our seniors that we need to be mindful of. More importantly, or just as importantly, our juniors and our sophomores and our freshmen will be impacted by the decisions that are being made today. And that will certainly need to be discussed beyond just our class of 2020. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of our 8 labor groups who supported this work, our non-represented staff as well, for continued support and service in this new environment. I would dare I say we may be into new territory, but our goal is to make sure that we're understanding and remembering how we're working, because this may very well be more similar to how we're working in the future. And we're doing so by abiding by our core values of equity, excellence, and community, and supporting our students, our staff, and our families in the best we know fashion. And we'll look forward to continuous improvement along the way. Thank you for your attention, and that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watts. I am extremely pleased to hear of the additional meals for our kids. I know we're trying hard.
We are.
All right, we're going to move on to 3.0 recognition, and I'm hoping one of the board directors can pull up 3.01, the Proclamation for School Lunch Hero Day, because Director Bowen is not here to read that. Do I have a volunteer to do that tonight?
I don't have that one in front of me.
Yes, I can do it.
Thank you very much, Director Van de Gosselen.
Good.
1 second. All right. And School District Proclamation, School Lunch Hero Day. Whereas nutritious meals at school are an essential part of the school day, and given the current COVID-19 epidemic, are an essential part of the student's day at home. And whereas the staff of the Kent School District's Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children, especially during this extraordinary time in history. And whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, both in schools when open and at meal sites during the current school closure. And whereas the nutrition services staff are professionals who have risen above and beyond by helping to feed all children in our community during the mandated school closure, and have been doing so since March 17th. And whereas COVID-19 pandemic has created challenges and opportunities for nutrition services staff and the larger KSD community to accept the challenge of becoming school lunch heroes. Now therefore be it resolved that Kent School District expresses its deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commends their good work on behalf of children, and proclaims Friday, May 1st, 2020 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Thank you very much, Maya, excuse me, Director Van de Gosselen. I just also want to add that our staff, in doing this particularly now, it's got to be an overwhelming task, and I and the board really appreciate that too. So this is very dear to our heart right now. And I'm on to 3.02, the Proclamation for the Public School Volunteer Week. And I'm going to read that tonight. National Public School Volunteer Week. Whereas public school volunteers contribute unselfishly to the success of students, teachers, and support staff. And whereas school volunteers reflect the highest values of our democratic society by representing people of all ages and all walks of life. And whereas school volunteers stretch school and district resources to ensure that every student receives help and encouragement according to need. And whereas school volunteers exhibit care, model the best in citizenship, and create a climate that fosters learning and love of education. Whereas Public School Volunteer Week provides a yearly opportunity for schools and families to honor and highlight the powerful contributions parents and caregivers provide at school and home to support student services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 20th through the 24th, 2020 as Public School Volunteer Week. in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join us in remembering the dedication and hard work of local volunteers in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. Signed this 22nd day of April 2020. And our board directors' signatures are also, and our superintendent is on there too, signed by that. And I especially asked to read this tonight. I have years of volunteering in schools, but the one thing that I received back from that is the joy of working with all those kids and all the people and all the years. So not only was I giving, I was giving back so much. So that's why it's very important to me. So we're on to 3.03, and that's Proclamation National Student Leadership Week. And Vice President Daniels is going to read that proclamation.
Thank you, President Hamada. Whereas National Student Leadership Week is a theme-based week dedicated to recognizing and supporting the important role of student leaders. Since 1972, the National Office of the National Association of Student Councils, National Honor Society, and National Junior Honor Society have sponsored National Student Leadership Week. And whereas student leaders are a positive influence on their peers, modeling good character and scholarship in and out of the classroom, and serve as change agents to improve the overall climate and academic performance levels of their schools. And whereas the support of the school administrators and faculty, parents, and community members is necessary to help student leaders develop the essential traits and characteristics of a leader, and to provide positive experiences to expand their skills and ensure the successful education of all emerging student leaders. And whereas the theme of National Student Leadership Week 2020 is Leadership in Lights, which encourages putting a spotlight on amazing student leaders by recognizing how they make a difference in our schools and community. And whereas National Student Leadership Week serves as an ideal time to bring attention to the important and integral contributions of student leaders towards the future of our schools, cities, nation, and the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 19th through the 25th, 2020 as National Student Leadership Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance.
Thank you very much, Vice President Daniels. We're on to 3.04, the Proclamation of Administrative Professionals Week. And I would like to ask Director Bettinger to read that.
Thank you, President Hamada. Administrative Professionals Week. Whereas Administrative Professionals Week recognizes the many roles and responsibilities of the administrative professionals in our school and district offices, and whereas the Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges the critical role of administrative professionals to supporting the education of our students and ensuring that students are successfully prepared for their futures, and whereas administrative professionals work in the district's 42 school buildings, the transportation building, and the central administration campus, and whereas our administrative professionals are often the first impression and the face of Kent School District to the thousands of parents, community members, and students that walk in the doors of our schools and offices or call on the telephone, and therefore serve as key frontline public relations ambassadors, and whereas the school board recognizes the expertise and dedication of the district's administrative professionals, their work to master technology and effectively utilize communication skills, their vital contributions and commitment to teamwork, and their willingness to learn and accept new challenges and opportunities. And whereas the school board wishes to commend each and every one of Kent School District's administrative professionals for their service to students, staff, parents, and community members each and every day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims April 19 to 25, 2020 Administrative Professionals Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 22nd day of April 2020 by the school board and the superintendent. Thank you. We appreciate you.
All right. We're up to 3 point, yes, Miss Holly, thank you. She's been
Yes.
doing a lot of work,
Okay.
absolutely, along with all her staff and everybody else.
Indeed.
All right, we're on to 3.05, proclamation, which is dear to my heart and several of our board members, recognizing a community member, Mr. Ray Lee.
Thank you, President Hamada. I'm going to begin by saying this is a tremendous honor to share the special words and sentiments from many of our community leaders. The first of which from Councilwoman Brenda Fincher. Ray has done so much for the community over the years, and especially for the school district. He continued long after his kids had graduated from Kent schools. He always fought for equity and racial justice. Ray would greet you with Merry Christmas in July, Happy Valentine's Day in October, or whatever holiday was not close. You had to always be on your toes when you were with him. The hours he sat in the school district office at school board meetings earns him a place in heaven. For a while, I think Ray spent more time at school board meetings than school board members or superintendents. Ray fought and continues to fight on behalf of students confronted with unjust and disparate treatment in our schools, and it was not unusual for him to attend meetings with students and their families in efforts to achieve what was just. Over the years, Ray has been involved in countless meetings with school principals and staff, as well as district superintendents and administrative office staff working for racial and social equity. He served on the Kent School District Diversity Task Force that authored the district's first diversity plan. This plan was nationally recognized, and Ray often voiced his desire to bring that plan and put it into action into present day. Kent Ridge High School had a number of repeated and serious racially motivated incidents, and parents complained to no avail. No disciplinary actions for the perpetrators appeared to take place. Families were angry and threatening to bring in the NAACP and to file lawsuits against the school district. The organization which she involved, and otherwise known as PAID, met with Kent Ridge High School principal and verified no discipline had taken place. And Ray was part of that team that helped develop a plan which included training and avoiding lawsuits. Ray was a cultural navigator. As mentioned previously, he often worked with the schools and school system to improve the full educational experience for students, particularly students of color, improving student learning and expanding the understanding of racism, bias, and equity. That was the work that he was dedicated to. Ray was a founding member of People Advocating Involvement in Democracy, otherwise known as PAID, which also worked for equity and social justice with a focus on serving people of color and low-income individuals and families. Based in Kent, they served throughout King and in Pierce counties. As a paid member, Ray met with Mayor Cook and 3 former police chiefs on various issues. Amongst those issues was diversifying the employment of the city and having their employees look more like the residents they serve. He also did this with the school district. In the last couple of years, and I didn't see him often, only a couple of times per year, I always knew he would be there if needed. That is, and those are, I should say, the words of Councilmember Brenda Fincher. From another strong community leader, Barbara Phillips, who says that she realizes that this is an occasion that we want to celebrate. And I want to provide some context that today is April, well, it's the 22nd, right? It's April 22nd, about a week ago. And so I'm reading these and realizing that we were in a very different space about a week ago. And Ray would not mind my sharing this, that he was experiencing some very serious health issues. He has bounced back, and I want to say that we are so grateful for every day that he is on this earth, and he is still with us. But I want to provide that context. But as Barbara Phillips says, she will share these historical moments about Ray. First, he has always been loyal and committed to equity issues since I've known him, and that's been over 25 years. When I first met Ray, he was engaged in the role model committee, but it was during the race issues at Kent Meridian that we became even closer. He works on strategy and communication with all levels of the KSD administration. He was instrumental in establishing the diversity task force. He also worked on other various committees, one of importance with the discipline committee, which established the rules for discipline throughout the Kent School District. He's an excellent advocate. He's helped many parents to resolve issues related to their children throughout the district. Ray's sense of humor, rather dry at times, sometimes saying Merry Christmas when it's the middle of the summer. The kids love him. They call him the funny man. There are many more highlights, but I'm sure others will have more to contribute. And those are the words from Barbara Phillips. And from Melvin Tate, another well-established and beloved community leader. From Melvin, I have bulleted a few items about Ray's background and contributions in education to Kent School District and to city government to assist with a proclamation regarding him. Please feel free to use any portions of the work and the words that he's used. And he thanked certainly Maya. It's very clear that you were instrumental in making sure that these community leaders were able to share their words. As Melvin mentioned, he's sure that Ray will be incredibly thankful and appreciative of this sentiment and these words. Thank you as well to Brenda and to each and every one. Melvin reminds us to stay safe and to be healthy. The actual letter that Mel wrote is a little bit more substantive, and I want to share specifically from the letters to the next proclamation notes by Mel Tate about Ray. Ray began his advocacy work in the Kent School District by advocating for his own children and continued to advocate for equity and justice for all, even until now, some 27 years later. And he advocated for justice in the city of Kent as well. And Mel goes on to summarize what that work constituted. For work in Kent School District, a very impressive list. In 1993, Ray joined the Kent School District Ethnic Role Model Committee, otherwise known as ERMC, which operated out of the Kent School District Community Outreach Office. In the 93-94 school year, Ray became co-chair of the Ethnic Role Model Committee with the KSD Community Outreach Director. Ray was committed to the goals of the Community Outreach Office, one of which was to facilitate a mind paradigm shift in the district relative to diversity. Through the Community Outreach Office, Ray was exposed to a wide range of disproportionality and disparities relative to students of color, especially Black students, around test scores, discipline, advanced placement, honors programs, and more. From that point on until the present day, Ray has been committed to remedying those disparities as well as disproportionality in hiring practices. As co-chair of the ERMC, Ray served on many hiring committees, and he became the ombudsman for the KSD operating out of the central office. In his capacity as ombudsman, he helped to resolve many race-related conflicts before they became explosive. Ray was part of the team of parents operating out of the KSD Community Outreach Office that took an explosive headline-grabbing racial incident in the district and negotiated a potential lawsuit into the formation of the Kent School District Diversity Task Force. The Diversity Task Force one report was presented to the Kent School District Board by the Superintendent in December of 1995, and it was accepted by the board. The report detailed disproportionalities, disparities in the district relative to the diversity and equity issues, for example, discipline, hiring practices, test scores, provided recommendations to resolve each of the many disparities the report identified, and identified specific roles, positions, individuals in the district who would be accountable for carrying out the recommendations. This report was recognized by the Northwest Regional Educational Laboratories Division, as well as the Office of Civil Rights, as a model for the nation. Numerous other entities recognized the work as well, including WASDA, WEA, several regional and national newspapers, and many more. The issues brought about in the report were discussed in the press for weeks, both locally and nationally. Ray Lee has shined and continues to shine best as a strategist and a tactician. According to the former central office director, most people, except for the superintendent and a very few others reading the report, and even those who participated in the many meetings of the Diversity Task Force 1, had no idea of the strategy meetings of a small group of 4 participants before each Diversity Task Force 1 meeting, or of the debriefing of the 4 after such meetings. You see, Ray spent many hours with the group of 4 and alone with the central office director developing strategies to keep the Diversity Task Force 1 focused on resolving the racial issues that caused the group to form. Strategy and tactics for the common good was his best work. That is, behind the scenes. The district Diversity Task Force 1 called for Diversity Task Force 2 to carry out the recommendations in Diversity Task Force 1. Ray rotated in as a 3rd co-chair and in Diversity Task Force 2 beside the Kent School District Superintendent. And under a later superintendent, the Diversity Task Force 2 had become the Alliance for Diversity and Equity, in which Ray became a co-chair as well. Over the years, Ray mentioned, otherwise known as DTF2, Diversity Task Force 2 as well, constantly to help keep them on track and spare them from doing work that had already been done. Even as we speak, he monitors board meetings and other entities and establishes relationships around diversity and equity issues in the region with such organizations as the NAACP, Tacoma Black Collective, the Black Education Roundtable, and Community Network Council, and various other organizations and individuals. Ray does not get paid for this work, it should be noted. Truly a servant leader, his work also supports the city of Kent. Ray, with 2 other members, was a co-founder of People Advocating Involvement in Democracy, which I've mentioned, otherwise known as PAID. As a member of PAID, Ray was active around issues working with the police department, Kent City Council, the mayor, and various issues raised by the Black community and other communities of color. As a member of PAID, Ray was very instrumental in co-founding the Kent Black Action Commission, otherwise known as KBAC. In the city and the region, Ray has continued to be an activist and also a great behind-the-scenes strategist in a variety of activities. You notice the common themes that appear as I share these words regarding Ray. And before I get to the proclamation, I have one more letter that was shared from community member and community leader and former Kent School District School Board Director, Karen DeBruler. She writes, "Hope. That's what Ray is all about, giving students hope for the future through equitable educational opportunities and disciplinary treatment. He has worked consistently and persistently for decades for the betterment of students of color in the Kent School District. He is the conscience of KSD, always there supporting public education, remembering there is more to do for our young students of color with no time to waste. He has taken on groups and individuals standing up for our underserved students when they are not being treated equitably. Ray is a hero and a champion to be celebrated." Thank each and every one of our community members for their kind words. I know, and I've had an opportunity to speak with Ray on multiple occasions over the last week, and he certainly appreciates the sentiments, humbled, as you can imagine, also understands the importance of these words. I will end this session and really as the end to the next beginning, I would say, of making sure that Ray's words and his deeds, as he lives on, that they will live on. Kent School District Proclamation in recognition of Mr. Ray Lee's dedication to students and families in Kent School District. Whereas, for over 27 years, community member Mr. Ray Lee has been a tireless advocate for students and families working to ensure racial equity and justice. And whereas he was a member and co-chair of the Kent School District Ethnic Role Model Committee, ERMC, which operated out of the KSD Community Outreach Office. And whereas Mr. Lee was committed to the goals of the Community Outreach Office one of which was to facilitate a mind paradigm shift in the district relative to diversity. And whereas he became an ombudsman for the Kent School District, operating out of the Community Outreach Office, and worked to resolve many race-related conflicts to reach peaceful, satisfactory outcomes. And whereas Mr. Lee has been dedicated to remedying disproportionality and disparities for students of color, as well as disproportionality in district hiring practices, as evidenced by his involvement in the formation of the Diversity Task Force in 1995, which reported disproportionalities and disparities in the district relative to diversity and equity issues, such as discipline, hiring practices, advanced placement, honors programs, and test scores, and provided recommendations to resolve the disparities identified. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes Mr. Ray Lee for his dedication to students and families in Kent School District and for his lifelong commitment to equity and social justice. Signed this 22nd day of April 2020 by our entire Board of Directors and myself.
Wow.
President.
I could not have said it better, President Hamada. Wow is right. And I want to take a personal point of privilege, and Mr. Ray Lee would not mind this, but I will say that he has been instrumental in so many ways in Kent School District, even a program that we've established called the Central Admin Open House. For those who may not know, it was a provocative idea to answer the question, how do people understand what role the central administration plays? And when I had this conversation with Melissa Larmy and the team from communications, we went through a design thinking process, and it just came to fruition that we create an event that is ongoing and that helps people understand why the central administration exists, to provide support and service to our schools. Well, Ray Lee shared that with me when I first began as superintendent. And he said, I had no idea what this office was, because someone had shared with him, you need to go here to see how to help your children be more successful. Yep. He said, as humble, but also as remarkably brilliant as he is, he said, if I don't know what the central office is, think about all the other people who don't know why the central admin office exists. And I could think of no better symbolic gesture nor living legend to serve as an example when we had our inaugural central admin open house 2 years ago. And I called him and I said, you need to be here. I said, you are the inspiration for this event. First year, we had about 60 people who showed up that evening. The last year, the second year, I think we tripled that, if I'm not mistaken, including having buses that were open. So families who send their children to us on a bus, but have never been on a bus. For people to see Central Kitchen, just their children eat meals, but they didn't know how the meals were prepared. And so all of our communities and our teams were present. And it was just one example of many of how Ray Lee has been so instrumental. And I will tell you again, when he was not feeling well at a low point, I spoke with him by phone, and several of you have had that opportunity. And he shared with me, if I'm not here tomorrow, I just want you to know how much I appreciate working and serving alongside you, and the work that I've been able to support with superintendents who came before me. And I will pledge to superintendents who come after me that Ray Lee will be here supporting all of those in one way or another. And he reminded me, he said, I was here that night holding your dad's hand as you were appointed superintendent. He said, I remember this important work. I asked him, is there anything else you would like to see happen? What would you like to see in your honor? And he said, Dr. Watts. And it was as if he had it on his mind forever, because it came so quickly. He said, I need you to do one thing for me. You know, those certificates and those banners, that tout our academic excellence and support and the awards that we've won, you know, the ones that hang in the back of the boardroom, in the shadows, please take those, remove those from the shadows and put them somewhere in the light near the front of the school building where everyone who walks into the central admin can see it and know what our core business is, that we are here to teach and to ensure that our students are learning as well as the adults who serve them. Would you do that for me? And I said, consider it done. Now, that's the kind of person that Ray Lee is. Always thinking about others, never losing focus or sight of our work, is supporting our students and our families. And he's continuing to build a bridge. He is a godsend, and I certainly appreciate his leadership. And thank you for extending this time for me to share the words of others on his behalf. Thank you.
President
you very
Ramada, I have one public comment
Yep.
about Ray Lee.
Please. Thank
Okay.
you.
And this is the only public comment for this evening. This is from community member D. Clem, who lives in Kent, Washington. She said, I would like to start by thanking the board and district for recognizing the involvement and contribution of Mr. Ray Lee. I have had the pleasure of knowing and working with him for years. He is a true community treasure, a consummate advocate for all students and families. I want to express my concern that we have many, many families who we have not yet reached. I am concerned in particular about families without technology and who may have a language barrier. I know personally in the past 2 weeks, I have connected with students and families who had no idea KSD was doing food distribution. I heard several stories about families unable to access technology, Wi-Fi. Having a technology survey available only online, having tech support only available at district admin creates huge barriers for these families. We need to remember that many of our families are not available for a 1-hour window every Monday to get food and don't necessarily have transportation to access food and tech support. I feel strongly we should be proactive about that outreach, working with community partners who are well connected in those communities, and we should be putting out information in the communities, paper flyers in multiple languages. Finally, I know I have emailed the board and Dr. Watts, but would like to publicly advocate for the all A's policy based on what I read from Association of Washington School Principals, Do No Harm, in the article by Dr. Manuel Rustin. Thanks. I know you are all working very hard for our students.
Thank you, Karen.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. Are there any other comments that I need to be aware of? Just clarification here.
No, that was the only one tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Holly.
Mhm.
Moving on to 4.01, 2019-2020 budget update, and I'd like to call on Mr. Van Rerick to present the 2019-2020 budget update. Mr. Rerick.
Hello, everyone. Can I be heard okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, it's my pleasure to present the preliminary March 2020 financials. I should say that I received an unusually large volume of questions this time around, so I have all those, written them down, and I intend to address those as we go through. And if I haven't addressed your question, I'll leave plenty of time at the end. Slide 1 and 2 are, of course, the same slide we'll use, and I won't spend any time on that. You're pretty well acclimated to how this presentation goes. So let me take you first to slide 3, which is our revenues by source slide. As we go through this presentation, remember that at least mathematically, we are 58.33% of the way through the year, or more than half of the way through the year. So you'll see here that we have collected 53.29% of our budget. The thing that I'm looking for here, or I will be tracking closely, and I would encourage board members to do the same, is that 1,000 series, the local taxes. So we expected our local tax collections in the first part of the year to be a little lower, because remember the tax rate was lower under state law. And we expected that our collection would be a little higher in the spring. Our COVID situation introduces a little risk into that equation, and I'm going to talk about that at greater length in a later slide. Next, looking at expenditures by program, again, using that 58.33% metric, you'll see that we're at 52.38% of budget expended, which is tracking very closely to where we were at this time last year, which was just slightly higher at 53.7%. So two things to keep a close eye on here. And again, we're starting to allude a little bit into the potential impacts of COVID. So I'm looking very closely at the 3,000.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are we supposed to be seeing the slides? Because we're not seeing the slides.
Okay. So procedurally, how does this work? I'm working from a personal copy, but I understand you guys have access to the agenda copy. So I was imagining that we would be flipping through these together as we go.
Okay, I just didn't know if the community, okay, I just didn't know if you were sharing a screen and we weren't, or if you were attempting to share a screen and we weren't seeing it. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, so it's probably best if we work from the version that is up on the public agenda, which you should find under, excuse me, I'm working from multiple
4.01.
4.01. And as I transition to a slide, I'm calling out the slide number.
Okay, thank you.
So currently I'm on slide 4. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. And so continuing with our discussion of slide 4, which is expenditures by program. You know, as we kind of enter this new phase of the school year in which we're not actually operating a bricks and mortar school program, you will see that certain programs and certain objects of expenditure are more impacted than others. We continue to pay all of our employees, so we would certainly expect to see that most of our compensation related objects are going to track pretty closely to what they were before. But there are certain programs where the percentage of their budget that is attributed to things other than salary is a little higher. So I'm going to be watching those programs more closely to see what is the impact of the closure. And as examples of that, I would say, for example, and I know Justin's on the call with us, we're going to take a really close look at 99, for example, pupil transportation. Obviously 98, nutrition services is also significantly impacted. And programs that are that involve a higher level of non-salary or like equipment purchases, such as our 3000 series career and technical education, I'll also be looking at very closely. Okay, I'm going to transition you to slide 5. Here we're looking at expenditures by object, and remember we're at 58.33% of the way through the year. We are once again tracking very closely to where we were last year at 52.38%. Okay, as expected, when you look up at the 2, 3, and 4,000, our total compensation is tracking both very closely to where we were last year. You'll see that the 4,000 series of payroll taxes and health benefits is a little lower. There's a reason for that, and I will be discussing that in the final slide. And finally, in terms of COVID expenditures, our 7,000, our contract services, tends to be pretty durable in terms of most of our very large contracts are not going to simply disappear because our method of educational delivery has changed. Most of the larger contracts remain in force, but I do expect to see some influence on the 5,000 series, supplies and materials. And certainly in 8,000, we have banned all travel. So you will see as we move through the spring months, that anything that processes in the way of travel is going to be a truly extraordinary situation, like a meeting on COVID or something. I'm going to transition you to slide 6. Okay, the next 2 slides are year-to-date revenues, and then the following one is year-to-date expenditures. Okay, you'll see that we're 32% behind where we were last year in local tax. Again, not unexpected for the reasons we've discussed, but we're 4% in a lag, 4.4% behind our collections of last year. I'm going to defer this part of the conversation to the last slide as well. There's a kind of a further conversation I want to have about property taxes. And finally, year-to-date expenditures, you can see that we're 6.04% above last year in total expenditures, but that breaks out differently, salary to non-salary, as we would expect now after a month of being closed. So we're 6.4% up in salary and benefits, but less so in our non-salary arena. And so you're going to see, even though we continue to pay all of our staff, there will be certain supplies, materials, travel, things that we don't do as a result of the COVID situation. Transitioning you now to slides 8 and 9. Slide 8 gives you the raw data pertaining to our current enrollment situation, but I'd like to transition to slide 9 for the purposes of the discussion of that raw data, because I think it shows very closely or very clearly an interesting trend here. And this was one of the questions I believe that one of the board members asked. So remember that when we're looking at this graph, I guess I'm going to call that like a yellow. I think it's a yellow or gold. That yellow or gold line represents last year's FTE enrollment trajectory as a trend line throughout the year. And you'll recall the last time we spoke and you had a budget update is that I was highlighting the fact that we were outpacing last year and that we were consistently above last year's trend line. Not by a tremendous amount, but every month we were consistently up by, say, 100 students or thereabouts. You'll see that that has changed in March and that we have now met or even crept just a little bit below the gold line trajectory. And so that is a source of, I would say, minor concern at this point. That's a point of certainly further analysis. We find ourselves in a kind of a historic and certainly atypical situation right now. On the one hand, you could certainly understand why the circumstances that we're going through may have an impact on how students or how parents, for that matter, decide to receive education and where they decide to enroll their students. But the fact of the matter is that all school districts are dealing with the same situation. So as we start to probe into this and start to look at where students are going, it doesn't seem just on a common sense level that students would have any sort of incentive to move from district to district or necessarily even from public to private. But nevertheless, as we move through this, it will be interesting to see, for example, how many students at high school avail themselves of Running Start, whereas they might have been on the fence about that or looking for other opportunities as we enter this new phase of educational delivery model. So that will be a point of emphasis in future presentations, particularly if we dip below that yellow line. Right now, we're kind of right at it. Okay, transitioning you to slide 10. This is a depiction of the board's adopted budget relative to the staffing FTE and then how many staff have been hired with each one of these groups. This has been a pretty typical pattern where the areas where we've had the largest vacancies has been the classified ranks. I think one of the questions I received from a board member was to provide a position by position analysis of this. I'm not able to provide that as a budget team, that would be a bit of a project for our human resource department, but I can say that certainly the vacancies tend to focus less on the central office classified and more on positions like aides, for example. Transitioning you to slide 11 and 12. So mostly because of some incremental movement on the expenditure side, the new projection is that August fund balance would come in roughly where last year's year-end fund balance was. I'm going to take you through the next two slides. The first slide, slide 12, is the one you always see. It's the one that has a trend line for every year going back. What are we up to? 6 years now. It has gotten to the point where I find it a little bit visually busy and hard to track because there are so many lines. So let me take you to slide 13. Okay. And slide 13 is where I separate out the orange and the, I guess that's the royal blue. Is that a royal blue? It's a blue in any case. So you can kind of see how we are trending from a fund balance perspective month to month last year to this. So one of the questions that I received from one of the board members was, what are the remaining expenditures, you know, kind of, is there anything extraordinary for the rest of the year that would kind of change this trajectory a little bit? And indeed, there are a few considerations. The first is that you'll recall earlier that in each case, when we looked at health benefits and payroll taxes, that was always a little bit less as a percentage than salary. The reason for that is because when we moved over to SEB, we moved effectively from a prepayment model to a post-payment model. And so we, in effect, skipped a payment. Now, when I say skipped a payment, it doesn't mean that we didn't make a payment. It just means the timing of the excuse me, the timing of the payment is lagged. And so what that means is that we're actually going to have a larger amount of our healthcare expenses at the end of the year. And that's not an insignificant amount of money. That could be like $3 million. So our orange line, at least on the expense side, is looking a little optimistic. So had we been on the normal payment schedule, you'd see that orange bar just a little bit lower. You following me? Okay. But what's going to happen is in August, we're going to pay our health benefits bill. And then in September, we are going to pay a health benefits bill that applies to August benefits. So you'll actually see 2 doses of payment in August because you're supposed to reflect in the year for which the benefits cover, not when you actually pay. So if the benefits are for the month of August, but you pay it in September, you will reflect it as an expense for the month of August. Probably more detail than you wanted, but that's to say, to answer the specific question that was asked, which is, you know, are there any sort of one-off or, you know, anomalous sorts of things that we can expect? The second and the third sort of thing that we can expect as we see this line is there are now COVID risk factors, both on the revenue and the expense side. Let's start with the revenue side. So on the revenue side, the largest risk factor is that, and I believe as one board member mentioned, the county has graciously, and I think appropriately, extended grace to property tax payers such that they will not have to pay their tax bill in April, but rather can wait till June. If all taxpayers simply delayed their payment, but did actually make the payment, then our fund balance should not be impacted because that would be simply an issue of cash flow, right? In other words, we're not talking about how much we're going to collect. We're talking about simply when it's going to be collected, right? If that is the case, then we should be fine. We're relatively fine from a general fund cash flow standpoint, so we can survive that delay. But what is more likely to happen is that it isn't simply a delay. It's that there are actually some businesses that can't make their payments. Now, the problem is that we have a very, very difficult time estimating what that will be. And that is part of what the county assessor is trying to do for us, is to make a series of calls to large commercial taxpayers to say, where are you at here? Even if you delay, can you give us a window into your situation in terms of, are you in a cash crunch? So historically, school districts on average tend to rely on 98% of taxes due being collected. That's kind of an industry standard. And for Kent, that has tracked pretty well. If I had to make a guess, I would say that would be lower and perhaps meaningfully lower. Okay. And so that's going to affect that orange line. Okay. There's also probably the less significant factor that as we roll out our spectacular and much needed child nutrition program and feeding families, which is great. The only kind of net difference there is, I think Dr. Watts went over the figures that, we serve meals normally anyway, right? So it's not as if this is extraordinary as to the number of meals. But what we typically do, obviously, is we're collecting from families for meals, right? And that is a revenue source. So last year, I think we collected somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million district-wide for that, right? So it's great that we're doing this, and I'm not introducing this topic because there's anything wrong with what we're doing. It's absolutely what we should be doing. But to understand the revenue risk is that there is a partial component of that is people paying for meals, okay? And so we will be hopefully trying to get relief through FEMA or other entities that have been set up for this purpose, okay? On the expense side of things, we're still paying all of our staff. We're not necessarily hiring substitutes, right? So there's a cost center. We have some extraordinary expenses in terms of our laptop expenses, our instructional materials expenses that we are incurring because of COVID, right? But we're also going to have some savings in terms of general supplies and materials, the things that schools would be buying on a day in, day out basis. Although they don't constitute a huge chunk of the budget, we would expect that those would not be expended at the same rate. So one of the questions that was asked of me in the long list that was sent was, what is my confidence level? And the honest answer is my confidence level is lower because the risk is higher, right? We now have a series of risk factors, both on the revenue and expense side, that there's no kind of you can take it to the bank way to estimate at this point. And so I would expect the next 2 months to be really critical in terms of understanding the impact to local revenue as one example. Final point is that if it hasn't been done already, I pre-recorded a presentation having to do with not just the budget update that you're seeing here, but also kind of forward-looking aspects of fiscal year 21 and some of the COVID risk factors that are introduced there as well. That was a recorded kind of webinar-y type situation. And I believe that's being sent to you if it hasn't already. And so you can, for those questions that I deferred today that have more to do but with budget down the road, that's because there is a separate presentation that you will be receiving. At this point, I'd be happy to receive any questions or finish the presentation.
Mr. Rarick, I'm just curious about utility and power and gas or diesel or whatever, because we're not actually in school. Is that, do you think that's going to be a factor that would be of less, or it's not really that big a deal, or?
It will be less. I mean, I expect it to be less just on a, kind of using your common sense.
But is it a factor is it a major factor that plays into it or not?
Yeah, it's a meaningful amount of money.
Okay.
I think the best way to think about this, though, is that when you look at our budget from the expenditure side, the big things are we paying our staff and are we paying our contracts? And the answer to those two things is both yes. We're still paying our tuition payments. We're still making our running start payments. We're still, our software agreements. The larger contracts and the salaries that drive our budget are all still present. So when you talk about things that we're not going to spend, they tend to be on the margins a little bit. And the fact the one that you identified is probably one of the more meaningful ones, frankly. But I think there is a sense that, oh, you're going to save a massive amount of money, right? And really, when you start to unpack what our contracts are and what the larger ones are, most of those are still going. So they tend to overestimate the savings, I guess.
Thank you.
Mr. Eric, I had some questions and I appreciate you answering. I was wondering about the summer programming, what that would look like. Is that part of your second presentation you'll be sending?
Well, I from a programmatic standpoint, I would need to defer to Dr. West or Dr. Vela on those. I know that there are discussions about what summer program would be, but I would not be the appropriate person to be able to answer that question. I'm sorry, Maya.
That's okay.
Dr. Harmon.
I can answer, or I can at least speak to it. It's a little bit too early to tell about the financial impacts or what exactly the summer programs will look like. Obviously, I think Director Bettinger said this evening about yesterday evening's guidance about grading, and some of that has implications about who needs to be offered specific summer programmatic work and supports. And so some of it is based on district decisions, some of it is still based on external authorities. So it is too early to know exactly what our summer program development will look like. So it's too early to talk about the financial impacts of that.
I would just say, maybe as a concluding thought here, that and I'm starting to get into the other presentation just a hair, but I'll stop short of it. That it seems almost certain at this point, probably not in this fiscal year, but probably in the next, that the state will either convene a special session or they will simply meet in their regularly scheduled session, and that we will be looking at significant revenue loss at the state level that will impact schools in some way. And so we've spent a fair amount of time talking about this fiscal year and what this orange bar will look like. I'm actually less concerned about the orange bar than I am about next year's orange bar. Actually, probably most precisely, the following year's orange bar. So in the same way that we now have a meaningful fund balance, so does the state. They have what they call a budget stabilization account that they can utilize that will, tide them over, so to speak, for a while. But eventually, the ability to sustain the funding for school districts will be a question of much scrutiny at the state level.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rarick. We're on to 5.0, Board of Directors discussion and approval. And 5.01, resolution number 1581, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees. I would like to have a board member make a motion regarding this.
I move that we approve resolution number 1581, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees.
I'll second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded that we accept resolution number 1581, issuance of contracts for certificated supervisory employees. Discussion, any discussion? Okay, are we ready for a vote?
This looks like something we vote on every year, correct? It could, Vice President Daniels and Director Vengadaslam, is that correct? When I looked at this resolution and the second resolution, it's something that the board votes on every year, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, let's call for a vote. All those in favor say yay and raise your right hand.
Yay, aye.
All those opposed say no and raise your right hand. The motion carries. All right, we're on to resolution, or we're on to 5.02, resolution number 1582, issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees. I'd like to entertain a motion from a board member.
I'll move to approve agenda item 5.02, resolution 1582, the issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees.
I second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 1582, issuance of contracts for certificated non-supervisory employees. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Those opposed, raise your right hand and say nay.
Was there any discussion on that item?
No.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Ran right through that. Thank you. The motion carries. I'm making an assumption, aren't I? All right, we're on to 5.03, resolution number 1584, interfund loan agreement for the Transportation Vehicle Fund. I would like to entertain a motion regarding that from a board member.
I move that we approve agenda item 5.03, resolution number 1584, interfund loan agreement for the Transportation Vehicle Fund.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve 5.03, resolution number 1584, interfund loan agreement for the Transportation Vehicle Fund. Discussion.
I had a lot of questions on this one, and I think it's Mr. Rarick who answered them all, but I just, for the public so they know, I asked a question about the grant deadline because it looked like it was at the end of June and it was extended to December 31st, 2020. And then the amendment is there. All the buses have been delivered, which was one of the requirements. And he assured me that whoever responded, which I'm assuming is Mr. Rarick, assured me that we will fulfill the requirements of the grant. And we successfully completed that process in March when we received the first 4 buses. So I just, for the public, those were my questions and they were answered via email.
I had one question that quite didn't get answered, and I'm curious if, I understand that we probably went with diesel replacements or upgraded. I'm wondering why we never consider natural gas replacements. I know they're a little more costly, but in the end, do they not cost less to operate and are a better environmental choice?
President Hamada, we have Justin Dennison, our Director of Transportation, with us today, so he might be able to share a better answer than I might have. Justin?
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did not choose the CNG buses this time around because of the amount of budget that we had. We wanted to get the most number of buses given the amount of money that we could spend with the Transportation Vehicle Fund. And the additional money per bus for CNG is approximately $40,000 more per bus. On the upfront, over time, yes, we do spend less with fuel, but it does take about 10 years to recoup that cost.
Thank you. I'm just curious too, is there only one company in the United States that makes buses?
No, there is not. There's Bluebird, there's Thomas, there's International. Yeah, there's several different manufacturers.
So why did we select Bluebird, I guess? Is there any?
The 2 different manufacturers that we have in our school district is Bluebird and Thomas. And occasionally we go back and forth between the two. One of the things that we have to consider is that for every bus that we have and different style of bus, there's different parts that go along with it. And we try to have uniform buses so that we have less parts that we need to carry.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, are we ready for a vote? All right. All those in favor of resolution or 5.03, resolution number 1584, interfund loan agreement for the transportation vehicle fund, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, signify you are against by raising your right hand. The motion carries. Okay, we're on to 5.04, Educational Service District ESD 112 Financial Advisory Service Invoice. I would like to entertain a motion regarding this from a board member.
I make a motion to approve our Educational Service District ESD 112 Financial Advisory Services invoice.
I second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve 5.04 Educational Service District ESD 112 Financial Advisory Service Invoice. Discussion.
I had some questions. It's a lot of money. And so I'm just curious, you know, we have a local PSESD and I just don't have any insight on why we chose Mr. Pressing from, you know, down by Vancouver, and how many hours of work did this entail? And does this money go directly to that ESD, or does a full or partial amount transferred to Mr. Pressing? Or my three questions.
Sure. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was just doing a mic check. Yes. So first thing I'd like to say, and I'm happy to report that since I became involved in this, we cut the overall fees for bonding by over half. I want that board to know that that's been a priority. With regards to Mr. Pressing, he is an employee of the ESD, and he receives a paycheck from the ESD.
Okay.
So the money does not go directly to him as such. Okay. You asked about the proximity of the ESD. So part of what's happening in the ESD landscape is that different ESDs are adopting different areas of expertise. And so it's entirely plausible that even though you are right next to a particular ESD, it's not that ESD that is kind of specializing in that service. And this is a case where ESD 112 is the entity that has the greatest expertise in the financial services realm. I'm sorry, the third question was?
How many hours of work does that entail?
Okay. So I am unable to quantify a specific amount of work, but I will say this, that we leaned very heavily on Mr. Pressing, and he offered us a range of services that kind of goes beyond what we were typically receiving from our previous financial advisor. And if I could give an example of that. So the FA's formal role in the bonding is to, facilitate and effectuate the actual sale of the bond and work with bond counsel and the underwriter to make that happen and protect the interests of the board. It also happened to be at the same time that we were working on our levy and trying to appropriately message our overall tax rate in the context of our bonding and our debt service associated with our bonding. And he provided those services gratis, which is not necessarily something that he typically does in his FA role. So I'm sorry that I can't put a specific hour number to it. You said you wanted to see the contract. The contract or the service agreement is contained in the board packet of March 14th, 2018.
Great.
When we first, and I actually have the link to that, although I was going to put it in the chat feature, but I've somehow been unable to locate the chat feature. But
I can look up that. I can look up that meeting.
yeah, March 14th, 2018. And what you'll see loaded up there is the template agreement, where certain things like the specific date has X's next to it, but the boilerplate is the same.
Okay.
I just had a quick question, Mr. Rarick, and it didn't get answered. I heard back that it was going to be answered tonight.
Sure.
Percentage-wise, the dollar amount of the
Yes.
bonds that we
Yeah.
received, and the amount to finalize that and get it taken care of. Do you feel, because I'm building a real trust relation with you, I hope, that percentage of payment is in a normal range that you would say for that kind of a transaction for anybody, like a company or anybody to do, to
Yes.
ascertain that?
Yes,
So
let me, I've got the answers for you here.
thank you.
Okay, so you asked about total proceeds 50 million.
Mm-hmm.
The fee therefore constitutes less than 1/10 of 1%
Wow.
of that 50
Okay.
million.
I don't need to hear
Okay.
anymore. That's
Okay.
good. That's
Okay.
good. Okay.
And I should say that when we hired Mr. Pressing, I told him that a condition of hiring him, or that I should say, you hire the ESD, was that his rate be lower than the financial analyst that we were previously using. So that was one of the conditions of us originally doing the deal.
So you got us extra savings there. Wow. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. And I mean, when the public hears that, I think, I mean, to me, it sounds like we're really doing some really good things with our dollars. Anyway,
Glad to hear it.
any other discussion? Any other questions? We ready for a vote? All right. All those in favor of 5.04 Educational Service District ESD 112 Financial Advisory Service Invoice signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 5.05 Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room Addition Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract. I will entertain a motion regarding this from our board.
I move that we approve agenda item 5.05 Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room Addition Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract.
I'll second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded that 5.05 Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room Addition Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract be accepted. Is there any discussion or questions? Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor?
Wait.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Just for the, I have a thing. I want transparency and I want the public. So you did ask some questions via email about the short bid time, and it was explained that it went in the Kent Reporter from 3/6/20 to 3/16/20, and then in the Daily Journal of Commerce, and it was advertised. And just so the public knows that there were some questions asked and answered. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Anything else? Are we ready for a vote? All right, going once. All those in favor of 5.05 Meridian Elementary Multipurpose Room Addition Bid Acceptance and Award of Contract signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 5.06 Cedar Valley Elementary Flooring Repair Contract to Beresford Company Incorporated. I will entertain a motion from the board regarding this.
I move that we approve agenda item 5.06 Cedar Valley Elementary Flooring Repair Contract to Beresford Company Incorporated.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that 5.06 Cedar Valley Elementary Flooring Repair Contract to Beresford Company Incorporated be approved. Is there a discussion?
This was for the emergency, yes?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Going on to the vote, all those in favor of 5.06 Cedar Valley Elementary Flooring Repair Contract to Beresford Company Incorporated signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, we're up to 5.07, and that was a discussion regarding COVID that Director Bettinger brought up.
Yes, and so I just want a discussion, so I understand where my board colleagues stand or what they feel on our roles and responsibilities in relation to the COVID response, because I've spent a lot of time researching the OSPI site about, the expectations, and they do change daily. But I've been looking at Washington State Law, RCW 28A 150 230, and I've been looking just at our own policy 1001 and the expectations of the board. So to me, as I read these policies, we should have some high-level oversight on what happens, because we are required to, the intent and purpose of RCW is that whether or not acting through its respective administrative staff, the board be held accountable for the proper operation of their district to the local community and its electorate. And my biggest concern has been the children going hungry, and the board has never had the opportunity to sit down pursuant to this COVID response and have a discussion about what our high-level expectations are within the parameters of what the governor has set out. So I just wanted to hear what my colleagues had to say.
So I think that, so I guess I'm not clear. So are you suggesting that the board should have input as to how the district is responding to?
High level, that's how I read these policies and laws, that we should have a very high level short-term goal, as simple as we don't want any kids to miss out on food. And so if whatever model is chosen, however it's chosen, that if kids miss food, we know we've gotten emails to the board that there's families that have missed food 2 weeks in a row now. I am very appreciative of all the staff that's been making the meals, preparing the meals, and going to those meal sites. But again, if the board had said from day one, perhaps, that our expectation is if children don't get fed, that there's an alternative that we provide to them, whatever it may be. We haven't had a discussion as a board, and that's something I asked for on March 5th and March 11th and March 14th, that we sit down as a board and discuss these high-level expectations. It's, as I read it, ultimately, what happens in this district is our responsibility.
So I guess, well, okay, so I think that it's kind of hard to hit a moving target. And I think we all know that all of this happened so quickly that it would have been really difficult to schedule a board meeting, post a board meeting in response to everything that was going on. I think the thing that people don't understand when it talks about the feeding of kids is, I think one of the things that's happened, and I know it's happened in other districts I'm involved in, is that typically, so you make meals according to how many children you think will come. I think that people are not understanding that many more people are coming than would have come before. So if you take our free and reduced lunch count, right, and we talk about the 10,000 kids or however many we would have fed under that. Well, what's happening now is parents who have lost jobs. So there's more families coming that would have come at that time. So it's hard to hit a moving target. So you can't say, well, we're going to make enough meals for 27,000 kids. So you have to try and base it on your best guess, or you'd be losing food. I think it's a decision that you can try and guess, and you can do a ballpark. And I think Dr. Watts did a really good job of explaining the district's approach on it. with this particular thing. They're increasing meals every week based on more families, but I think more families may be coming every week, or other people may be picking up for more families, because people are continually losing jobs and finding themselves in situations. So it may be, 1,000 families this week, but then next week it may be 1,500 because there's new people that we didn't know were coming. So
Right.
it's hard to determine how many you're going to have, or how many. So, and other districts are doing the same thing. There are other districts who have the same problem.
So other districts are running out of food?
Yes, other districts have ran out of food. So it's not just Kent, and it's projection. It's hard to project. So I think that, again, I think he did a really good job of explaining kind of how the changes that the district are making in order to accommodate the families.
So well, let me put it this way. It took 8 days, 2 emails, 5 voicemails, and literally 22 Outlook exchanges to finally get the superintendent on the phone to ask questions on Monday about food. So from where I sit, I guess I want to know what my colleagues' expectations are about us even being notified on how decisions are being made. And so the superintendent I asked what algorithm was being used, what if counts were being taken of cars as they left the lots, because, quite honestly, I had people telling me that, at least one site, they were just waving cars off and no one was counting even how many cars were still going through the lot. And so when it becomes this difficult to even get some information high level on how things are being decided, I start questioning the ability of this board to have any input on high level input on how things are done. And so, I'd love to hear from Director Vengadaslam and President Hamada too, if that concerns you, that it's been so hard to even get information.
Well, the thing for me is that, yes, we do hear from the folks who haven't received meals, and we do get emails. But on the other side, I also hear about the work that's being done by the district in order to make sure there is enough meals that are, for our upcoming dates. And so part of me is like, what can we as a board do to ensure that there is food? And it is a metric. I mean, we have to wait and see what are going to be the needs. And every day our unemployment is going up. Our food bank is really concerned, and they are looking at all sorts of partnerships right now. There are community members, restaurants coming together to make sure the food bank has enough donations. So I think, this is a community-wide issue, and I think all other districts, as Denise said, are facing this. I've heard that myself. It's not a Kent district uniquely identified issue, and I agree that, we need to be concerned about the need, but, we can't just say our district hasn't performed. We have to say, are we taking those measures? Are we looking at what are the processes we need to have in place to ensure? And Dr. Watts talked about the kitchen, the centralized kitchen being an issue.
Which is also different. Yeah.
I've heard that number of times over the years, that there are places like Kent Phoenix Academy don't have a full kitchen. And so, how that happened, I can take responsibility for that. Why didn't I look into that? But, we have to make some decisions that we don't always foresee. And so I look to see if we are, as a district, are we making some changes to adjust for the growing need, for the growing unemployment, for the growing concerns. And if we're staying still, we're not making, and honestly, I don't see, by making a statement that all children should be fed, I would ask ourselves, why are we in this position if we don't care about our kids, and if staff doesn't care about feeding our children. They're working day and night to make these things happen, and they don't hear about the good, that's happening, but they're only hearing about the folks who didn't, get all those opportunities. I think that's also very demoralizing, and I want to find a fair balance here, how we meet our needs and also how we work with our staff to, give them that grace and opportunity to make those adjustments. So your question about what do I feel, about communication. Communication can always be improved, but given the fact that so many variables are there, and God knows how many emails Dr. Watts gets these days. I remember Assistant Superintendent getting 200 emails a day. So you can only imagine, what kind of pressures staff is under. So I don't know how to explain that. It's not that I don't care, but we have to be reasonable, what our expectation is at this time.
So again, because it's so difficult for me to reach the superintendent and maybe I'm the only one that's not able to reach the superintendent easily and get information and understand how these decisions are being made.
So I'll just say, to be fair, Michelle, I've seen some of your emails and some of your requests, and I think that at times you ask several detailed questions that probably have to be sent other places to get those answers. So I think that, again, sometimes I think it could be when, again, we're building this as we go. And so I think sometimes there's not a lot of grace given to allow, because you never ask high level questions. You're very detailed and you ask for very specifics. And a lot of times I could see how that could be a challenge for people to stop and go and research. And when they're trying to support our kids and begin a learning process and respond to the daily, weekly changes that are happening with the state. So I don't know if maybe it could be consolidating, a question or sending a list of questions and saying, hey, at our next meeting, can you please just give us an overview of this?
My emails go unanswered, and I've asked again. I guess what I'm really asking my colleagues is, what is our role as board directors? As I understand it from RCW and from policy, it is oversight, and I feel personally I have no oversight because I don't understand the decisions being made, and I'm not getting any sort of substantive updates. And for example, when lots and lots of parents are asking or calling me, wondering what they're supposed to be doing for education, as I said this to the superintendent on our phone conversation, well, if I had the direct written details that were sent to a principal or the directions that were given to teachers, then I would understand better. And I naively believe that our principals and teachers have expressed written directions right now. And so to me, it seems like it should be there and that we should have it, but we haven't had an opportunity as a board to really understand everything that's going on. And as I said, it's very difficult to get the superintendent on the phone or to get an email answered. And so then and then citizens are asking me. So I'm just asking for insight so I understand why and how decisions are being made, high level. So that's what I understood my role to be, that I represent the community. And as a board director, if calls aren't being answered and I have no insight on how decisions are being made, how can I represent the superintendent to the community, how can I represent my electorate effectively as per RCW?
Well, let me chime in here, and at some point, we're going to have to round out this conversation. First of all, I'm very encouraged tonight about the number of meals that I see projected for next week. I have, received, you can't believe how many emails, phone calls, and texts, not only to my school board address, but they all know my contact information. It's out there. So I mean, I personally feel very bad when I hear, you mean you don't want to feed kids? And of course, we all want that. We're all here for that. But I am encouraged by the increase that I heard in Dr. Watt's report. But just overall, I have a feeling that the school district of Kent, and not only in this issue, but I've been talking to a lot of other different people, works in silos. And again, I think I mentioned this at a work session before. I want to see us start building bridges so we work together. And I've heard that theme over and over and over again, that we're working independently and not together. And I do realize I'm not running this district, or any director's not running this district, and we don't need to have every little detail spelled out. But I don't think there's enough communication shared between the board and our superintendent with the staff. I've talked to other directors and other districts, board members, who feel a little bit more included. Not every detail, but that. And that's all I'm going to say. And I think we've got enough going on here, and to respect our staff and everything, that we can continue this conversation. But thank you for bringing it up, Michelle. Appreciate that. And thank you, Vice President Daniel and Director Van de Gosselen, for talking. I think we can talk some more, because I think this is an important issue. It's just not one issue of meals or COVID or anything. It's a very big, broad issue of silos. So,
Thank you.
all right, let's move on. 6.0 consent agenda. Ms. Howley, do you have any comments? Are you there? Or are we done with you for comments the evening?
There are no other audience comments. No.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howley. All right, we're on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody wishes to pull?
Yes. I'd like to pull 603, 605, 606, and 608.
Again, please, 603.
603, 605, 606, and 608.
Okay, anybody else?
Nope, I don't have any.
Okay, so help me a little bit here, Curtis, if you're still there, Tim.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can we just vote on all the rest and then go to the ones that have been pulled?
Yes, so go ahead and make a motion for the consent agenda items minus 603, 605, 606, and 608. And you don't need a discussion item, because you don't need discussion, so you can just take a motion in a second and then take a vote on those pieces. And then go through the other pieces individually.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll entertain a motion regarding that. On the consent agenda to accept all the other consent agenda items, except with the exception of 603, 605, 606, and 608. Those have been pulled.
I so move.
I second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda minus the ones that have been pulled. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, we're up to 6.03. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.03 second reading and approval policy 1000 legal status and operation.
I'll second.
All right, discussion.
So I pulled this one because just based on what I added to the agenda earlier, we've worked on these 2 months ago, and as I look at them now, I'm concerned that we pulled some language out about the legal powers and duties and responsibility of the board of directors. And again, it's time changes things, and so I'm not comfortable with this policy as written currently. So that's why I pulled it.
Any further discussion? Are we ready for the question to be voted on? Okay. The motion has been made on 6.03, second reading and approval, policy 1000, legal status and operation. To be accepted, all those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that 2 or 3? Okay. And all those not in favor, signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. We're on to 6.05, second reading and approval, policy 1310, policy adoption. Boy, I need some glasses tonight. Adoption. Let me see. Policy adoption manuals and administrative procedure. I will entertain a motion on that.
Curtis, can I move to not approve 6.05 second reading and approval policy 1310? Can that motion be made?
The agenda calls for the motion, and because it's already on the agenda, it should be brought to vote. You will have the opportunity to enter your vote, and if the motion does not pass, then it doesn't pass and it's removed. So that's usually the way we do it. Thank you.
I move we approve second reading and approval policy 1310, policy adoption manuals and administrative procedures.
I will second that.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion?
Yes, so I pulled this because, again, time changes things, and as I'm looking at our policies, and I have some time now to look at things, and I realized it pulled out all requirements for policy review. So I actually have a question for Dr. Harmon. Does the original WASA model policy remove the policy review piece? There's 2 questions, Dr. Harmon. Does it remove the policy review from 1310? And if it does, is there a WASA model policy that addresses policy review separately?
I don't know. I'm not looking at the policy in front of me. I'll have to research it and get back.
Okay, because again, I think we had a discussion earlier at our special meeting about policy and policy update and review. And Mr. Leonard said that, there's sometimes legal requirements to review and update policy. And my fear is if we're removing this entire piece of policy review requirement, that we could have legal risk.
Yeah, I did take a look at that, and I don't recall us deleting that, but I'm sure we had discussed it. And I would agree that as part of our role, that is what we've discussed. So I'm not quite sure why that was deleted.
Question has been brought up regarding legal risk. Curtis, would you care to chime in, or based on what you understand of that question, legal risk, do you see, what do you see?
I'm Dr. Watts, what I'm trying to do is I have access to WASA's policies. I'm attempting to log in right now. It would be premature for me to assess legal risk without looking at the model policy to see. These model policies are vetted by WASDA attorneys. And so generally, it is a good starting point for us to align. And while I wasn't the one that did the review on this policy, I would want to make sure I wasn't the one that was recommending the changes, for example, I would want to look at what the removal from this policy was as recommended by WASDA before I comment.
Can I read the old section of the old language? It says, there is a potential legal liability with out-of-date policies. And so the board is a policy-making, so that was my comment, that the board as a policy-making body will establish and maintain a regular policy review process. To that end, the board will review at least one policy annually, and they have to make sure that the policy meets legal, it reflects legal and current and statutory requirements. And so that's that first bullet point, you know, concerns me that, and again, you know, we had the whole 1000 series we were looking at. I don't recall us deleting that piece. And when I looked at the markups, it looks like WASDA removed it for some reason. But barring any new policy that specifically and separately requires policy review and update, I just don't think it, personally, I don't think it's wise, and it opens us up. I mean, we could miss policies if we don't have a policy to require that we're updating our policies. And as we know, a lot of our policies are changed or updated or reviewed to follow law.
I will, I have access to WASDA's model policies. I just logged in and I'm looking at policy 1310, WASDA's model policy, and take it for what it is. I'm doing a side-by-side comparison, and it's hard to do at home when you don't have all access to the monitors. But in looking at my quick review over the two policies, it looks like the WASDA model policy begins, the first section is policy adoption, and it begins proposed new policy and proposed changes in existing policies. It's the first page, or the second page, the existing paragraph is where WASDA's policy starts. And so from my cursory examination, those 3 paragraphs that were removed on the proposed page number 1 were outdated WASDA language. I can't comment as to why WASDA was recommending removal or why their attorneys recommended removal, but it appears that our update is aligning with WASDA. And that's just based on Director Bettinger, my quick examination. I haven't compared side by side. I was just trying to track to see, and it looks like the recommendation was to follow WASDA's recommendation.
It just makes me uncomfortable, and I don't know. It just makes me uncomfortable. I think we should keep reviewing policy.
Yeah. Well, I think we can add it. We don't have to approve it. I mean, we can definitely add it for discussion at another time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I agree. I wouldn't want to approve it without knowing exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So just in terms of point of procedure, there is a motion on the floor, as I commented to Director Bettinger. The board can vote on it, and if you vote it down, it just simply comes to another board meeting for second reading with additional information. That's the process we typically follow.
Great.
All right, let's call for the question. The motion on the floor is 6.05, second reading and approval. Policy 1310, policy adoption manuals and administrative procedures. All those in favor signify by raising their right hand and saying aye. All those opposed signify by raising their right hand and saying nay.
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 Okay, the motion failed. On to 6.0, no, we did 6.06 too, didn't we?
No, we didn't. I move that we approve 6.06, second reading and approval, policy 1400, meeting conduct, order of business, and quorum. I made a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded that 6.06, second reading and approval, policy 1400, meeting conduct, order of business and quorum. Discussion.
I just pulled it about the action in special meetings. And I just, again, I know we can't take action at a special meeting, but should we add language to allow discussion at special meetings? Because I know we have at times slipped into discussions on something that wasn't onto the agenda. So I'm wondering if adding language to allow for discussion at a special meeting is something that,
Well, we do discuss at special meetings.
but
So I'm not sure.
adding new items to discuss.
Well, I think the thing about it is we have to post our agenda about what we're going to talk about. So I don't know that we can add new items.
Okay.
I don't think so. Curtis, is that right? Or
Yeah, I'm attempting to understand Director Bettinger's question. And I think, Director Daniels, you've addressed it. It's more of a notice issue rather than a taking business or taking action issue. I think we can take action at a special board meeting, but there's a notice issue in the event that you try to add something at the last minute and it's not been properly noticed according to notice requirements for special meetings. It would prevent you from taking action on that item. Although you could take action on other items that have been properly noted, and you could also discuss items.
But only the items on the agenda.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the way I read it, so.
Okay.
To be quite frank, that is exactly similar conversation that you brought up, Director Bettinger, and to all of us. It is based on the appearance and the reality of transparency. So we certainly, at least what I'm hearing from you and all of us, we would never want to attempt to place items on the agenda that were not previously placed on the agenda and accepted by those who are coming to the meeting. So that's, certainly you could understand that.
Any more discussion? Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of 6.06, second reading and approval policy 1400, meeting conduct, order of business and quorum, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.08, Instructional Materials Committee adoptions. I will entertain a motion by a board member.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.08, Instructional Materials Committee adoptions.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that 6.08, Instructional Materials Committee adoptions be accepted. Discussion.
Again, this is like from our December 11th meeting, when Instructional Materials Committee adoptions comes up, as I'm reading the policy, there should be, I thought we would have notes and recommendations from the committee. And as I look at the policy and procedure, and I don't see that.
Hi, good evening, President Hamada, directors, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. So we typically don't post meeting notes with IMC adoptions. However, those can be made available. Unfortunately, during our closure, those documents are hard copy. I think your question, was it around the actual voting forms or just meeting notes?
Yeah, just the, you know,
we have those information hard copy.
Okay. And then, you know, I'm assuming based on the policy and the procedure that they look at other options and as well. And so they make recommendations based on that.
Yes. Not necessarily. Christine, I think Dr. Corbally is on. She may give some additional context around this particular resource and why it wasn't we didn't go through a full curriculum review process. Dr. Corbally?
Yeah, so thank you, President Hamada and Board of Directors. So in the IB program, they periodically update their curriculum and provide only a select couple of texts that you can choose from. And then schools go through those texts to choose which one would be most, based on our criteria, the best book for the students that we currently have. So the IB teachers at KM did evaluate the I think it was two texts that IB actually approved for this particular course, and decided that this one was the best one for their students that would meet the course's needs. And then our math coordinator looked at the text as well to determine if it aligned to the standards for that particular course and program. So they did look at two different texts that were pre-approved by IB.
So what we can do, if you would like to receive a copy of those notes, we can get into the office this week or week and actually get a copy of those materials in them and have them emailed to you and the board.
Yes, the whole board should see them. Okay. And in the future, is that possible to get that added? Curriculum is one of our overarching, again, I'm looking at state law, and there's, established final curriculum standards consistent with laws and rules of the superintendent of public instruction. So again, in an oversight role, I want to make sure we're making the best decisions for our kids and see that documentation.
And you need the meeting notes. Meeting notes would help with that. Feel a little more comfortable making that decision. Yeah.
So
is that what you're requesting?
Yes, but I currently don't want anyone to risk violating social distancing and go somewhere. But in the future, that is what I would want to see. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure we can arrange to do that in some way, shape, or form without impinging on someone's safety, certainly, but yes. I'll work with Ms. West and team. Thank you.
Yes, and
I want people to be safe.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Yes. Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept 6.08 instructional materials committee adoptions. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. Okay. All righty. We're up to 7.0 informational legal expenses. Who's going to talk about that?
I can speak to this, President Hamada.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Directors of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. Legal expenses aren't typically, specifically called out for the board. We wanted to, in this particular case, make an exception to that because some of the requisitions for this particular board meeting you would see would look very high for some of these legal bills. The reason for that is that due to a transition in who was responsible for approving and then ultimately paying the legal bills, there were some legal expenses that accumulated over the course of a few months. And so that's why you'll see these that have gone past what we typically have as our $25,000 limit, that we want to make sure that you are all aware of those expenses. The legal fees are of a nature that the work has already been done, and it's very difficult to predict exact expenditures to legal fees. So we don't typically have the board go in then and approve legal fees because they've already been, the work has already been done, and the nature of those fees is, it's, as you can imagine, pressing issues that have to be dealt with. So just wanted to put this on here as an informational piece related to legal fees to these two law firms that have exceeded that amount at this time at year to date, in conjunction with the fact that we're essentially paying a few months' bills in this round of payments, and just wanted you to be aware of that process and provide you the opportunity to ask any questions related to that. We did get a question, I think it was from Director Bettinger, related to the legal expenditures over the last few years. Have provided that information. I also was able to ask some folks from our legal and labor team to provide an update as far as where we were this year, as far as total legal fees goes. and this is including all legal fees. And we do work with a few other firms other than these two that are called out. We are at a total of $120,000 and $120,086.84 as of today for legal fees, which it's hard to predict where we're going to end up at the end of the year because things often change quickly. But pleased to report that it seems like we are on track to spend less than we did last year. For some context, last year the total legal fees were $247,000.14. And then to provide some other context, the previous year the legal fees were $436,000, or $436,843,000. So we did see a pretty sharp decline in legal fees for last year, and are continuing to, at least as of now, be on pace to see another decline in legal fees and legal expenditures this year. But that, of course, can change depending on what costs are associated with the legal budget. There may be settlement agreements that people agree will come out of a legal budget that could vastly change what those expenditures are. And so if any directors have any questions, I'm of course willing to entertain those at this time.
Just, do we have other law firms than the two listed? I always remember.
Yes,
them,
we do. Curtis has since changed from Patterson Buchanan to Pacifica. So that has obviously, we are now working with Pacifica for Curtis's representation. And we also at times consult with and have legal services provided by Porter Foster Rorick, which is another one of the more widely known school law firms, and in full disclosure, my former employer.
And Curran is the special ed. Are they doing only special ed?
Yes, Curran really only consults with special education work right now, and primarily that's through our attorney Dave Hokett, who's had a long-standing relationship with the district.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Okay, moving on then to the other bullet point under 7.0 is January and February 2020 financial statements. Would that be Mr. Rarick?
Ben, are you still on?
I am still on. I'm available to answer any questions about it, but typically when I do the budget preliminary information, I focus my presentation on that. If there's any additional questions about January and February, I'm happy to take them on.
Speak up if you got a question.
Questions?
No.
Nope.
Sounds like we're good. All right. Moving on to 8.0 communication. And I assume, and maybe I should just ask again, we have no more comments. Is that correct, Ms. Howley? Questions? I think you said there wasn't, but I just...
Correct. There are no more.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification. We're on to board reports and discussion. So let's go with Vice President Daniels.
Absolutely, thank you. I think like all of you guys, we've been adjusting to our new situation. I hesitate to say our new normal because I don't think it's our new normal. I think we're in a transitional space right now. I have just been really, like I said, I'm blessed to be able to, we're fine, we're healthy. And I have really just been kind of reflecting, spending a lot of time with family. My kids are home, and so the one came home from college for a while, but then he got called back to work, which is great. Just really spending a lot of time connecting with family, also connecting with some community members, and having a lot of discussion around, I have a senior and I sit on, our grad night board and those types of things. And so just lots of discussion and lots of concern, in particular for our seniors, and navigating this last part of their journey that is not at all what they thought it would look like. And I think that, trying to figure out, how are we going to honor, honor their journey and honor them in a way that is meaningful. I know there was a lot of disappointment about not participating in the lights last Friday. I think a lot of people were kind of looking forward to that. And I know there was a lot of disappointment around that. I would have liked to hear a little bit more about the thought process behind why we didn't do that. I was asked and I didn't have a lot of answers at all. But I do think it's important that we, yes, the academic piece is huge too, but I think we also need to really make sure that we are really supporting our staff and our students, sending the message. I know teachers are doing an amazing job. At least two of my kids' teachers have reached out to one of my students, one to the other one. I know it's a process though. And again, giving grace to every one of us who are experiencing this for the first time, staff included, teachers included. So we can't really dictate how people respond to the trauma that many of us are going through right now. So giving grace. But I always want to continue to encourage our staff and to thank them so much, because I know I have a slightly different view of the work and the time that is going into what you're trying to accomplish. And it is no easy task. If it was, people would have it done. And I know people always say, well, what about this district? What about that district? They don't have it right either. So everyone is trying their best to make this happen and make this work out for our students and our families and our staff. And I just applaud you for the work that you're doing. It's not easy. And again, we all have to deal with our own things. And I know staff members have their family issues they have to deal with as well. So we don't know what people are going through as they're navigating this process. And so I think it's really important to give grace and encouragement and just to say thank you, right? Thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate you for what you're doing, and offer, support. How can we help? What can we do? So I just really want to end by saying a sincere thank you to everyone. I know this is hard. I know it's hard for families. I know it's hard for students. I know it's hard for staff, because we all have families. And so I just really appreciate you so much. And I just want you to stay encouraged. I know you don't always feel that way, but I want you to know you are appreciated. And I just want to encourage you. And it is seen, people do see the effort and what's happening, and they do appreciate. And so I just really want to share that. And I just, like I said, want to kind of be the first to say my family and I appreciate everything that you're doing and the sacrifices that you're making. So thank you so much.
Director Bettinger.
I'm in learning mode. I've been spending lots of time on the OSPI website and the WASTA website looking at things. And to Vice President Daniels' comments, there's a lot of new information about graduating seniors, things that the board's actually probably going to have to look at, because there's policies and et cetera that might need to be implemented. So I've been digging through that. And as I've been in learning mode too, I was really excited to learn that we could put forth proclamations to honor people like our lunch heroes. And I can't even imagine the gargantuan task of packing every single one of those boxes of food. And so everyone who is, counting out, the applesauce cups and the milks and all that, I can't even imagine. That's a huge, huge task. And then going out in public and delivering those meals, I'm really grateful. So I'm grateful you were honored. And Mr. Ray Lee, I've engaged. We were on the steering committee. I got to sit next to him a lot and hear his insight and get a lot of good communication from him. The last time I saw him was at a board meeting, probably in January, maybe December. And had actually had a long conversation with him in the parking lot. So I wish him very well. And I'm really glad he was honored for his contribution. Like I said, I'm being honest to the public. I'm still struggling getting answers for things, just to understand decisions so that I can just talk to our constituents. And none of this is easy, and it changes all the time. And I've been trying every day in the morning. I look at the OSPI site, I look at the WASTA site to just see what's new, so I have a better understanding of what's going on. And so I really appreciate everyone who reaches out to the board and shares their unique experiences and what they're going through. And I've also spent a lot of time talking to my friends with kids in other districts and my friends who work in different capacities in other districts, from food delivery to teaching to administration, and getting their insight. And as Vice President Daniel said, it's not easy, and some parents in districts think it's too much, and some parents in the same district think it's too little, and so it's all part of it. But for me personally, like I said, it would help as a board director to have that specific guidance that's being given to our principals, that specific written guidance being given to our teachers, so that I can understand it. Because my assumption is all of this work is being documented somehow, because God forbid, knock on wood, if we're in a similar position, or if we have a big snow event like February of 19, that we might have to step into this mode again for a short time. So I really thank the families that reached out. Constituents reached out about devices and concern about students being on personal devices and safety concerns, and also the equity issue surrounding that. I was pleased to hear that we've been delivering devices and there's 2 more days left to do that. And also I was pleased to hear tonight that students will have some other options if they can't drive to the schools. I've also heard concerns. We actually heard in comment too about the grading policies. Again, the state superintendent issued guidance on that and a policy yesterday. And so I just, I also heard a lot of confusion from parents and honestly teachers too. So again, that concerns me, and that's part of the reason I brought up that conversation about the board's role, because it worries me when I hear that some teachers in our district are concerned about what specific guidelines are. So I just, again, I know everyone's dealing with their own things, from being unemployed or even maybe being frightened because they've been called back to work at Boeing or other places. So I just hope everyone stays safe and well, and continue please reaching out to the board so we understand what's going on and the thoughts and concerns. Thank you so much.
Director Enda Gosselin.
Yes, I also want to echo much of what Direct Vice President Daniels mentioned. A great many thanks to all of our educators, our volunteers, staff members who are working every day to meet all of the demands. I've been very reflective of our situation, and I keep thinking about my father who passed away 2 years ago, and what would he think about the situation now? Would he want to live, in the conditions we're in right now? And, it's, I think everybody's struggling, we're all going through difficulties, and we don't talk about it. But it's really important that we reach out, especially to our elderly. I just think it's a very important time to understand, the loneliness and the difficulties that they're facing. So I know we all agree that it's really important, but I've been thinking about it so much more these past few weeks. And to Mr. Lee, I want to say I was really privileged and honored that council member Brenda Fincher reached out and gave this idea of the proclamation. And Ray and I have worked together for many years, and I have seen him in tears. His commitment and the work that he does, and how much he valued, our community, how much he values our community. And so I'm really, I feel privileged to have had a small part in that. And I appreciate our district really honoring him the way he would want to be honored. And then I also want to thank Gwen Ellen Karsten and Kent Black Action Commission, Gem Mentoring, Alta's Restaurant, for serving our kids. There's so many other community groups also, but I want to especially thank them because they presenting a check to the Kent Food Bank for a donation for their rising needs. And I go back to the needs, which no one anticipated would be so, it would be so difficult at this time. And so I want to thank all of those folks who've come together in our community. Kent Community Foundation has built a website where they highlight all of the needs for our families. So if you could take a look at that. And finally, I just want to thank again our staff members for all that they do. And Karen, Miss Howley, a special thank you during Administrative Professionals Week. You're always there. You always respond. And I don't feel like, Dr. Watts can respond to every single email, but you're always there. And I thank you, for what you do, because a lot of people don't see the amount of work that she has to go through to collect answers. And, so I just want to thank her as well during this week. So thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, I guess it's up to me. And I just want to mention that I've had the privilege through the internet to watch my little granddaughter, Frankie, who's 7, be on a Zoom meeting. If you want to see a kid that's 7 on her she opens up her laptop and she's on there and she sees all her friends. And I'm sure that can relate to any of our students here. And she just gets so excited and they each get to chat. And it's overwhelming for a person of my age to see a young person whip open that book, that computer Chromebook, and get on there and do a Zoom. And she knows the stuff just right and left. It's just amazing. And of course, her mom's a teacher, and she told me that she's asked her mom to remind her that she has Saturday and Sundays off because her program at home seems to be a little bit too intense, but she gets Saturday and Sundays off. And she said, please remind my mom that. So all you teachers out there who are also having to teach your kids, kudos to you. And all you parents are stepping up to be educators, kudos to you. We have a great community. It's unbelievable. And I was on social media making one of my little self video, thanking all our staff, all our administration, our volunteers, the PTAs that have come up and stepped up and organized with the meals are amazing. All these people who have made masks. Catherine Williams and Megan and all these people that are just regular people are doing incredible things to make it all work. And again, Community Network, Barbara Phillips, and Glover Mentoring with Kendrick Glover. The Kent Chamber stepped up and worked off to do some stuff. The list just goes on. And people are just amazing because a lot of people are in a real world of hurt. And I deal with that every week to see people in trouble. And you add this on top of it, and it just becomes a mountain that you can't climb. It's just very difficult. So I do understand that. I thank all our people that are working hard. I'm excited to see our meal increase because I think that's going to make a huge difference. Tonight was a special night for me to see Ray Lee receive an award because that crazy group of paid have accepted me into their circle. And that's a crazy group. You want to see some strong people with different opinions, but we have come together and advocated for a lot of things. And it's very interesting to watch me that they accepted me into their group to work and do things. And especially I've watched Ray struggle and work and care for years. And I'm so glad that he's doing better. I'm really glad to hear that. And one of the things I can't express to you, but one of the young men that was in our Candy Steel boxing program that my husband and I ran for 7 years has now been given, even in this mess, he finally passed and has been accepted for employment with the Seattle Police Department. He is Muslim, he has an AA, and nothing tells me more that volunteers and what you do in the community to see that happen is amazing, because that's what he's wanted to do. And I swear I'm going to be there. I don't know if they're going to have an open ceremony for him swearing in, but that will make my husband and my heart just be very happy and filled with that. Again, we're in a crazy time. I heard on the news tonight, in between a lot of things I was doing, that we could have another episode of this in the winter, which could be COVID and the flu on top of it, and have another bigger pandemic. So we're not, this could become a very different new normal. But I'm encouraged that we have a lot of people that are doing a lot of things in the scientific and medical field that are going to make a difference, and we'll find our way out of this. So I want to thank all of you. Thank you all for being here tonight, tolerating all my questions and my inability to learn really fast how to get in and out of things, but I am learning. So that's the good news, keeping my brain stimulated. So thank you all. And at that, I believe our meeting is adjourned. So stay safe, stay well, and be happy.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Bye.